Hi, everyone who's joining. I'm going to have a live with a friend of mine who's going to do an expose with me. Hi, guys. We are exposing today. Guyaniwa, Guyaniwa. She's gonna request soon to be a guest speaker. We are exposing. We are exposing today. We are exposing today. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I'm just gonna wait for my friend to come join the live as a guest. Zipper, please comment in the comments so that I can make sure it's you. And then you can tell me that you're ready and I'll accept your request. I just want to make sure so that I can make sure it's the right account. Please just comment. Okay. You can switch off your camera off, whatever you want. Guys, I'm joined by my friend Zippo. We are exposing today. Hi, Zippo.
Hi, Sana Samujan.
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm
this is my
good.
friend Zippo, guys. She will introduce herself and let you know what she's here to do. She's very angry today, but we are operating as free agents, unattached to any of these systems, and we are here using our receipts to expose injustices.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead, Zippo.
Hi, guys. Sanbonani. My name is Zipo. I live in a small township next to two very big power stations. These power stations are sisters, basically. They are one of them is a national key point, Creel Power Station. I worked at Creel Power Station. I want to tell you guys a story, right? And the story works. It starts before I worked at Creel Power Station. My dad worked there, right? I grew up on their dime. I grew up on their coin, and then I went to university from a bursary that they had given me, a scholarship. Each family was issued a scholarship at that point in time. Went to university, studied HR, came back, stayed unemployed for 6 years, next to two power station, next to 10 mines. I come from a very rich town, so when I finally got it, the first job I ever got was a contract at a power station at a mine, Exaro, at the time. And the contract said we worked there for a year, but we actually worked there for 4 months. Anyway, you take the knowledge, you leave. The following year, got lucky enough to get an internship at SAPS. I was very excited about working at SAPS because I love serving my community. I think it's a privilege to be able to serve where you come from. I think it's something we all at least owe our environment at one point in time or another. So later on, we one day we are standing outside the police station, and two PIs come into the police station asking to talk to the captain. When they get there, they're like, "Oh, okay. Do we have someone we want to go find someone at Krill who has been accused of fraud." This case, I didn't realize that these things were interrelated. But later on, I would find out that this was a person who was associated to a 90K knee guard scandal that was mentioned by under director when he was warning about ESCOM. There she comes, arrested, followed by her car, which was a blue Audi at that point in time. Not even an hour later, not even after the dust settles, drifts in a black AMG with red brake calipers, a young lawyer dripped in Versace, dripped in Dior, all of the luxuries you associate with the soft life. Comes, walks in. The following day, the woman is out of the police station. She has not been arrested. It's fine. Later on, I'm lucky enough to get an opportunity to work at Creel. I get there, I wow. I get there, I was introduced into a department that I did not have the expertise for, but I was creative enough to revive the awareness. I did a bunch of projects. I did a calendar for them. It was absolutely gorgeous, it was absolutely cool. I still have it. And then When I approach a different lady from a different department, she says, "How much is this going to cost? This is not how we do things." She goes to badmouth me to my handler, and they say I have an attitude problem. I'm subsequently moved to a different department where I will be capturing data for the rest of the year, despite my HR qualification. So I get there. There also, I'm severely bullied. I go to the unions are bought and paid for. By the end of the contract, I have already accumulated a bit of knowledge of the power station processes, of the metrics that I need to be measured in order to sustain to have a sustainable living power station that is supposed to be running at the lifespan of its engineering capacity. Later on, we find out later on, okay, at some point we start hearing the rumors. At that place, there are rumors about contract workers who were burned by ash in the face. And by the time
Mm.
that they were in hospital, a manager went and stopped them from being admitted so that she could avoid a thingy. What do you call it?
A lawsuit?
A report, the report against their safety stats.
You,
There are
you.
rumors about how in my township we casually speak about how um, we casually speak about how one parent did not make it through the night because they were coughing up blood. It's casual. And we have there's also a story about a child who was electrocuted by a live wire in an area that had
Mm,
been left for
mm,
too
mm,
long without electricity, so people
mm,
started connecting
mm,
it
mm.
themselves. And that house was from an ex-employee of ISCOM, right?
We're talking about ESCOM. For anyone who's confused, this is ESCOM, the power stations near where Zippo lives.
So at that point in time, um, these people, okay, another thing that people don't understand or people need to know about power stations and how they work. Power stations have life cycles, and those life cycles determine their engineering capacity. Like within that, there's an expectation of how many times they will be switched off for maintenance or things of that nature, right? And that's supposed to be very rare according to the life cycle if things are being run properly. You have a system of data that monitors all the different variant systems that run in between the structures so that it can ensure that the yield that needs to be yielded is yielded. But it also has various metrics of margins of error that it needs to be sticking by to ensure that there's nothing that of catastrophic nature that could happen that could lead to an unplanned outage, right? An outage is when the unit is no longer running, it's being fixed for maintenance, or it's not operational, right? If you live near a power stations usually have lights, right? Usually sometimes it's out all six lights depending on how many plants there are. So if the light is on, it means that plant is running. It's likely that the system engineers don't have knowledge of the systems of the internal system, the environment that monitors them. They don't know how to interpret it. They don't even know how to do that. So that leads to breakages where the unit will have to go offline. And in order for a unit to go offline, okay, it can go offline and the unit falls. After the unit falls, they have to start it up. They use diesel. Now, diesel is very dangerous when you're running it on when you're running a plant on it. But that's how they start up plants. You start up a plant by inserting diesel, using the diesel, and it emits copious amounts of pollution. So much so that by the time that we've hit 72 hours and it's been running maybe for 72 hours on diesel, then it has already hit the environmental limit.
Mm,
And that happens
mm,
frequently in a month.
mm, 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 mm.
Maybe I should put it in context for you like this. At capacity, Krill Power Station is supposed to be making 400 million a day per unit. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if they're not making, if it's running at any point less than that, then it's a carcass. It's gotten to the point where they're using spares from one unit to cover the injuries of another unit so they can keep it limping. And I don't want to seem like a bitter ex employee. I think I'm glad that I got out of it. I'm glad that my dad made it out of it. I'm happy. You know what I mean? But at the
Mhm.
same time, we live in the shadow of this thing. It's right there, and it's killing us. And they do these small gestures. There's no restitution. There is no mitigating of environmental factors, because in the Mining Health and Safety Act of 96, if I'm not mistaken, it's section 8 or section 5, section 8, section 10, section 12. So it talks about the employer's duty to create a safe and to ensure safety for individuals working on the mine, and any individuals not working on the mine but who are directly affected by the mining's activities. It speaks
Mm.
about the need to develop policies to rehabilitate. This is a part of the environmental act part of it now, where you're supposed to rehabilitate the environment that you live in. I think it's section 24, if I'm not mistaken. You're supposed to rehabilitate an environment after a place is decommissioned, or even during its commission, because people are living around that area. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know why we've got, to me, I think I told you earlier on where I said, to me, ESCOM is like an uncle whose house we've all been to. We've been to this uncle's house. He's politically connected. He sweeps the roads and he paves. Oh my gosh, this uncle, he stands on the streets. People respect him. He's politically connected. He'll tell you that your attitude is your altitude, and then he's already made the decision that you're never gonna make it past the floor. He's married to a woman who's disarming. You look her in the eyes and you believe you can trust her. And in you then later on realize, when you get to know these people, you then get to realize that the uncle goes into his child's bedroom at night. You understand what I'm saying? And the mom lets it happen. And finally, when the child has the ability to say, hey, this is what's going on, the mom will tell you that the child has a bad attitude. This is character development, and they need to learn to ease the flame. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I don't I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how to live in a world that expects my erasure as a sign, as gratitude for scraps, even less than scraps. You know what I mean? Because a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the people who live in this community don't work in those mines, don't work in in those power stations. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
And Zipa was also telling me that she was thinking of using the Daily Maverick as a channel to write like an op-ed or something, but we also don't know, maybe that they are bored, because what she's described right now is that the police in the area are bored, the ESCOM is bored, and that means that it's likely that there are political connections that could suppress the story from coming out, because Zipo has seen from different aspects and different sectors the same levels of corruption and bullying in the workplace and things like that. So yeah, no, it's gotten to a point where people are dying for no reason. People are dying because they want, like these people in corruption, they want money. People are dying, and we don't know what to do. We can't just sit and watch. We can't just let this slide, like, but we can't rely on the systems that they told us to use to report these things, because they are the ones causing the problems themselves. What do we do at this point? What is one supposed to do? Does anyone have like a an idea, maybe in the comments, or would like to request and help us out? What
You know
kind
what?
of
Sorry,
momentum do
babe.
we
You know
need?
what I was thinking, ne? I think that's how Nembeza came to be, though. Like, in terms
Mm.
of, we need to have a way to archive our memory, and we need
Mm.
to be able to reference to it with the clarity where it's not distorted by the perceptions of who's telling it, but
Yeah,
it's told the way that it happened. So that's why I think things like Nembeza need to exist, because we can develop a mechanism to develop a system of accountability that adheres to what happened, because all of these things happen on paper, the very same paper that they institute as law, as a true measurement of integrity. It's supposed to then hold itself up against the weight of what it said it's supposed to be. And if
exactly.
that's not happening, then wow.
Can I add someone else? Zipo, do you think you are fine with?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm adding here. Hi, this is my mutual. How are you?
Hi,
Hi.
Bushali, and hi, everyone else listening, and hi, Z.
Hi, babe.
Unfortunately, I don't have something positive to say.
Okay.
Uh, I think what you guys have described, even though it's at an organization as big as ISCOM, it's actually like a microcosm. Like what you're
Yeah, yeah,
describing,
yeah. I get that.
yeah, what Z has described is what happens. That's just systems of power. And I feel like, Butlali, I don't need to explain this to you. I think you and I get it. Like, we see it. So
Mm.
the same things that you're told, oh, go to the law, then you find that judges are bought. Like
Yeah.
it's just how it is, guys. They consolidate power and they abuse power, and there's almost like nowhere to run. But at the end of the day, we are the majority, right?
Yeah.
What I've
But
learned is Guti, okay, rather I'm now of the notion that our best bet is for us to organize and fight them, hit them where it hurts. I mean, it is a capitalist system. So if you want to hurt them, you have to hurt their money, right?
Of
Or like
course.
brand reputation or something like that. So Tina, as young people of the country, I think we've just lost the art of organizing the way MK did, and then mobilizing funds. Okay, when I say MK, I mean like what do you call them? They were like an intelligence for the ANC back then, the old one, right?
Oh, oh.
yo,
No, you needed to clarify.
I was
You
very
did
nearly
need to
lost.
clarify.
Yeah, no, like the OG MK,
Yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
they would mobilize international support the same way EDA bahambile by America, and they spoke lies to mobilize support for themselves, right? This is the art that we have lost as the youth. Like we basically sit and what we're supposed to be doing is organizing and also raising funds. Another thing that we don't understand, or rather we have, it seems like Askaga understand yet, is Guti, these people go to courts. Like they challenge, like if they, by these people, I mean like capital, right? Those who have the funds to do so. They take things to courts if they're not happy with the trajectory it could possibly take. And that's something that we also need to learn to do. We need 50 rand way too. We raise, I don't know, 70K. We get a good black lawyer because they are black. Even if even if it's a white one, guess Satini, but a lawyer that we know is going to win the case. And we take those issues to court. I just want to make like a side example, right? In engineering, there are standards for electrical components, right? And then there's a board called IEEE. It's something like International Engineering Standards or something like that, right? So this
Yeah.
guy, he owns a company that makes electrical equipment. But he knows Guti big capital every 5 years. Bafuna ukutshintsha the standardization, So he's gonna like work like very hard, 5 years R&D, developing this thing. And then after 5 years, these big capitalists will change this. So what he does, every time they try to change the standard, whatever, he takes them to court. Do you get what I'm saying? Like he stalls what they trying to do by taking them to court. So Tina, it's almost like we don't get it yet. We're still playing the protesting on the street game.
It's true.
Yeah,
No.
we're still playing the. See, I look. I'm here. Look, I'm not any better myself. I'm here yapping on the internet. But what I'm trying to say is, Guti, we need to understand if you want effective change, we need to weaponize the law. The DA weaponizes the law. Like
Okay, I hear
that's
that.
what we need to do.
See, but that's what we said on
Listen.
the phone call, man.
Listen, okay, well, this is what I want to get to, right? I totally hear every single thing you're saying, but what I think the place that I'm operating from is not one where what I need is awareness. Everything else I can handle it. It's not necessarily about the law because the law is a manipulation in itself. It was manipulated to take people's land, right? Now it's
Yeah.
being manipulated to maintain the status quo of corruption, even at
Yeah.
the harm of others, right? My biggest asset, the thing that I'm paying attention the most to here, is the life of a person. Do you understand? Because I don't think that there's anything that we can weigh against a balance sheet and say, oh, the balance sheet will win this if it's weighed against the soul. That's it. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not playing the game of, oh no, let's take them to court. No, I just want people to say, what I'm saying is, look what ESCOM is doing.
You don't want people to keep dying.
No, I don't want to. I don't want them to keep dying. I just say, look what ESCOM is doing. Look at what the laws that they said. They said the law says we need to protect the environment that we're operating in. They said that, and they agreed to that. The law said you must mitigate any harm that might come to the surrounding environments where you are. You're supposed to rehabilitate. There are CSR budgets that are allocated for this. It's not getting done according to
I
the
don't
standards
think
they
it ever
set.
will, though.
You know,
And no, it's fine if it doesn't get done. People must know.
Yeah,
The
okay,
problem
that's
is people
fair.
don't know.
I don't like, I get where you're coming from, right? People know, and then what? Because again, remember when I said like you describing a microcosm, Nakogwe, the whole world knows what's going on in Palestine.
They
Do you
choose
We are
not
think?
to
aware.
be this
And
way.
then what? You see what I'm trying to say? It's like we are aware. If anything, sinabanye our awareness iyashisa. Sihlale depressed ngoba siyazi all
Ngiyakuzwa
the
lokho,
things that are
Sovereign.
going wrong, you know.
Sovereign, you knowing something and then having the knowledge of it and doing nothing about it is compliance. I'm not being compliant.
Guys, you know what
The
we
part
can
that I'm
do?
pulling, the thread that I'm pulling here is that if you know that something is happening and your awareness iyakshisa, but you choose to do nothing about it, then you're complicit in it.
Complicit.
Wait,
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to say is Guti, you bringing, and also I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but I'm just saying, then what? You know? So I think,
Then
and
people know.
Okay, but
then
Then
what do they
people
do?
come
wait,
into
guys,
the power
wait,
station and check what's happening.
wait,
And then
wait.
the law must take its course, because at that point in time, in that particular metric, for me, all I just want them to know is that if they really want accountability, I've built infrastructure that can help that happen properly, right? And I'm not saying it in the sense of Guti, oh guys, let's move to Z. She knows better than. No, I'm saying I've lived in the environment. I've seen the harm that it has done. I understand it's the devastating effects of if we let these things carry on and we say that South Africa is rotten and we say that we want to fix things for ourselves as Black people and we say we want to fix our environment and we want to influence it, then we need to start doing it. We cannot fold our hands and say, oh, but the law says, but no, you
Guys,
said we are the majority. You said we're the majority. Usho when what
let
we're the majority.
let me tell you what we need. We need 90s level action. We need civil war. This is what's happening. It's brewing now. There's no going back from this because this is what's happening right now. We don't, it's not protest, it's actual battle. It's warfare politics now that we're talking. We're not gonna go back to a point where we can say, like, oh no, people need to know. We all know. We are all suffering. Me, I just came from that hospital talking about the same thing. I can't watch people suffer for no reason. That hospital's toilets were trash. That hospital looked terrible. The doctors didn't listen to any of the patients that were saying the pills were hurting them, the drips were hurting them, they were getting hurt by food. What? Guys, we are under. This is how close we are to civil war. I'm telling you guys. You see, we're all angry like this now. We are not going back from this. We're gonna have to confront it head on.
Guys,
And
I
those
don't
who are spiritually gifted, Nyachela, you can feel it. You can feel it. Ukuthi, there's no going back from this because we're gonna keep talking in circles.
Yeah,
I
We're
don't
gonna
know.
keep
exactly.
For
talking in
me, when I
circles.
look, I think for us, we have a good reference. Kenya. Things
Yes,
hit the fan. But
yes.
then, did the Kenyan youth get what they wanted from those protests?
It's not about the protest, it's about the action. You need momentum. Happy
Yeah,
these
but
things don't last
what
one
did
year.
those did okay, maybe that's the difference. Because I'm like, those actions, lives were lost and all that stuff. But did they yield any positive results for
Think
the
about
Kenyan
Does it
youth?
yield any
I think
positive
about
results
the
to keep things the
Haitian.
way that they are?
Exactly. I think about the Haitian Revolution. That thing lasted more than 10 years and they kept going, they kept going, they kept going, they kept going. They wouldn't have stopped until they realized, Uti, all of those people will not touch them again. But the fact that they have the chokehold that they have on them now, as the Haitians, the French, with the banks, and all the other European countries who are trying to
Still
punish the Haitians
punish,
for the
yeah.
revolution, it's because it worked.
Okay, you know why I have the perspective that I have, guys? Abelungu are a minority in this country, but it seems like the policies always seems to work out in their favor. And when I look at their
Only because
strategies,
we believe it should or it
no,
does.
okay,
It's
can
only
I
because we
finish,
believe it.
Buchali?
I'm sorry, I'm
So when
sorry,
I
I'm
look
sorry,
at
I'm
their
sorry.
strategy, right? When you look at AfriForum, Solidarity, it's essentially, I mean, I'm saying as though they are a movement, a pro-white movement to move forward white legislation, and that's why I bring in the courts and all that stuff. But what I'm saying, Gusi, let's do it. But now for black people, that's all I'm suggesting. See, like, because I've never, like, white people don't strike, but pila kamnandi. Okay, angali, let's put aside the generational thing, but they have policies that just, yeah, in South Africa, isebenzela bona. Because as soon as they see something coming up, they're like, no, we're gonna take this to court
Ramakwala.
until the end of.
Wait, got to use it to show you. But I think that's the thing. Is that I don't know whether if I'm interpreting it correctly, but what I'm getting, and that's what basically what my companies do. We re-engineer, because here's what I understand about oppression. Oppression was engineered. It was engineered. It's a system of laws that were put in according to the needs that they had. Oh, we need land. Let's put in the Land Act. Oh, we need this. Let's put in this. Oh, we need that. Yeah, well, that's how they took things gangane. None of these things happened all together at once. You understand what I'm saying? So if that's how it happened, then we just re-engineer empowerment. That's what Nembeza is doing. We are re-engineering empowerment.
Oh, please.
So that's the empowerment also comes.
Nembeza, please quickly just give a synopsis.
Okay. Nembeza is an ecosystem, right, that I built, where we will be collecting information and we'll be having a collective dialogue, a real-time depiction, qualitative and quantitative metrics of measurement of what people are thinking about what's going on in their environment through engaging content you already know, content from SABC, content, things of that nature. What you'll do basically, you'll scan the screen will have a barcode. Then you'll scan the barcode and then you will be asked a set of questions while watching that particular piece of content. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. So we'll be able to gather that knowledge in that sense, and we'll have a true depiction of how people are feeling, how people are interpreting their environment, how people are feeling about masculinity, how people are feeling about safety, about their accountability when it pertains to particular systems, how they interpreted and how they survived through things that were supposed to ensure their erasure, such as, how their parents survived or how their grandparents survived the apartheid regime and how they preserved their own culture at that point in time. I think at this point in time, the problem that we have in South Africa that most people don't understand, that most people don't see, is that all of this knowledge that we have that is measured through the Eurocentric standard, the Eurocentric model of intellect, is something that did not consider you a human in the beginning. So now when you try to insert yourself into it, it doesn't find a clear superposition on top of you that fits perfectly because you are not really considered as part of it. You can take this for the way that we implement law, right? I think Botlali a few days ago explained personhood and how personhood from the Western perspective is earned. You need to first have the various access points in order for you to be a person. That's South Africans, Black South Africans, Africans as a diaspora have been left out of that initial definition of personhood because it demanded their erasure so that they could excavate their land. So once we can get to a point where we have a complete understanding of what that looks like in terms of how it plays out in your memory and how you perceive of yourself, of your worth, of your value, of the value of your culture, of the value of your ancestral calling, if you have one, or of the value of the vibration of the soil beneath your feet, then you cannot be able to contextualize your existence in the world, because you can't conquer a world if you haven't conquered yourself.
Hey. This is the black intelligence, the black power that they don't want us to utilize. You see, guys?
I mean, I have a question, I think, but if I ask this question. So I think I'll let the others.
Healthy conflict.
What's the question?
No, I think I'll let the others speak and then I'll circle back. The people who just joined us, if you want to do that, Butlali.
I think, if anyone has any insights, because I just let everybody who requested join, but I'm mostly on the side of, like, I think what we're now struggling with is that we have run out of tools. We are actually running out of tools, guys. We're running out of every tool that they've told us we can use, from law, from politics, from economics, from psychology, from everything. Like, even the only thing that we have left is to go crazy. I'm telling you guys, you won't catch in my wave. I asked you guys. The only thing you have left is to go crazy. You are running out of tools.
Ngathi ama-guest wethu baya-observe bafuna ukukhuluma.
Captain.
Greetings.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Whoever wants to go
Netka,
first, Captain.
let Netka, you're here first. Go first.
Greetings to everyone that's on the panel. Greetings, host.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks. I would like Sovereign to ask her question, as you
Yeah.
did say that there is room for healthy discourse. Um, it's uncomfortable for us to think that we could be inflammatory to each other when trying to achieve a solution. It's in that place that we actually realize that discourse is so important. That's where we leave room for people to
Guys,
not be
I'm coming back.
manipulated,
Just
to
continue.
not
I'm
be
coming back.
manipulated, to not be vulnerable. At the end of the day, a lot of systems that have survived through oppression and exploitation have relied on silencing people. If there is a question that you can't ask, if there is a talking point that you can't bring up, it doesn't change the fact that you might hold that mindset or that resentment or that view. So I would say please do ask the question so the possible growth that can come out of it is not missed out on.
Okay. I'll let me rather wait for Ubuhlali to come back as opposed to then I ask and then we rehash when she comes back again.
Okay, cool.
Sovereign, I wanted to add something. You said something about Kenya. I'm a Kenyan, so I wanted to answer you and then I'll express my point. So in Kenya, what has happened? It's the silence doesn't mean that nothing has happened. What has changed? People now are tackling the system, like the constitution, the history of it, and the remnants of it, and what it is, how it has affected us over time in the colonization. So in this silence, mobilization is happening in terms of questioning the legal system that has been. As much as we have constitutions, these constitutions were created to maintain the extraction policies in Kenya, in South Africa, in Nigeria, and that has been the principle. So if we say we have sovereignty as a people, then we are not binding to the constitution if it does not function, because it's the only thing that binds us between us, politics, and the government. So in terms of politics, none of it is following the constitution according to how it was made in 2010 after it was made into the new constitution, meaning the binding document between us, Kenyans, and the government is not functional. And that is the point where demonstrations now have left the street and there's more civil education happening, so that in terms of asking, people understand the legality of asking rather than going to the street, because the government has reduced it now to shooting and maiming anybody who does not work according to the system. In terms of the spiritual part of it, a lot of people understand it's more spiritual than physical also, because a lot of times we've gone into demonstrations physically without understanding there's a spiritual aspect of it. Now it's when people are actually getting to understand the spiritual aspect of politics is what has been in control for governments for the last very many years, and
Can
that
someone
plays
in
the
the comments
biggest
please
role.
fill me in? I don't want to disturb the discussion. I'm sorry. I just got a delivery. You can continue, Captain.
Yeah, so in terms of even how spiritually, for example, the Constitution starts with the preamble of God above everything. Yet the same Constitution says we live in a secular society. So in terms of questioning, so what is this God that is indicated in the Constitution that we swear by as the first document, and rather, and in the same document it says we are a secular society which does not respect the people of the land and has separated the people of the land from the land, yet calling them sovereign. So such statements are what, as Kenyans or as the generation that has been going to the streets and creating all this, it is not just political. It is more than political. It's a spiritual thing that it's not going to stop These demonstrations were not just started briefly, like a thing. They did not come from a person organizing. It came from generations of continuous fight, and it is boiling up. It is not going to stop. Bringing the UN to Kenya, settling in all these international organizations that are moving in, it is to try and calm it down, or to try and, how do you say, like, mask it. But in terms of population and the people agitated for change, it is beyond Gen Z. We say in Swahili, it's generation zote, like it's all generations. But the people who are grandfathers are still the same people playing politics all over Africa. It is our grandfathers, and they don't understand. They've sold our souls to an ideology that we don't relate to and we refuse to relate to. We do not want any religions in Africa. We do not want any ideologies that do not fit who we are. And we are ready to speak our mother tongues because they are our books. They are our relation. They are the religion that we are supposed to be in if we are to understand anything. And as Kenyans, that is what we are educating each other to do. The civil education of where we came from and where we are supposed to go. Thank you. That's all my submission I can do.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. I have very good friends from Kenya who kind of keep me, up to par. And I always, angazi, the idea of comrades, for lack of a better term, like disappearing as they have been in Kenya, like that just shocks me. So I think when I look at it at the South African perspective, is who's going to lay their lives on the ground like that? Yes, we care about their country, but who are going to be the sacrificial lambs, right? So it gets very tricky very quickly. And I think, well, rather, the original question that I wanted to ask, I think Uzi had mentioned something like, getting in touch with the land. She said a number of things, but I was like, can we achieve any of that without money? That's the question that I
Yes.
wanted to ask.
Okay. Yes.
We're doing it right now.
Yes.
Okay, I think, I don't know. I'm open to hearing it because for me,
Organizing for us, it is beyond money. In this
Thank
time, it is
you.
beyond money. Money is not, that's why I say organizing in Kenya is beyond money. It is not, nobody is paying anybody. This is beyond money. It is beyond, like, I myself, I am not ready to die for my land. I am ready to kill for my land. And I
Thank
don't
you.
care what is
Thank
going
you.
to
can I
happen.
please ask you,
Thank you.
Yes.
gonna, okay, and well, Futsi's already happened in your case, right? You are gonna kill with what? You're gonna fight with a knife people who are carrying guns?
It is beyond guns and knives.
Sovereign.
If it is
Russian
guns and knives, it has
revolution.
been used over.
Wait,
It has been used for the last
Revolution.
2025 years. It is beyond that. Like, we should understand, we have overstepped
Yeah.
atomic bombs. We have
Exactly.
overstepped all types of things that have been tried upon black bodies. When do we understand mining is what they're trying now to use to take our soul out? That is what they're trying to do. And the moment we stop that, that is the crime that is happening. Stopping AI to function because we are the origin of everything. And if we understand that, it is by breaking the language, even this language you speak.
Yeah.
If you understand the
I think
language,
I'm just
it
sorry
is-
to interrupt. It's just that maybe I'm looking into like recent memory. Not long ago in South Africa, miners, as you've brought up mining, have tried to simply fight for a higher wage. The state, because remember, the state is part of the systems of oppression. The state showed up and they unalived those people.
But
With
that is why
issues.
it has happened. It will never stop. It cannot stop. It has not stopped. It has happened for 2025 years. It has not stopped.
Okay, no, can
But we
I
have reached
ask
a
Captain?
point. It has
Captain,
reached a point. Yes.
So
Okay.
sorry to interrupt. I just want to understand what sovereign, what I want to understand what she's trying to get at. So are you saying because people get unalived or every day, as a South African person who lives in South Africa, wherever you are, you're South African, right?
Yes.
Yes. As a South African woman, and you're black, right?
Yes.
As a black South African woman in 2025, were you stepping out and looking at a man incorrectly or looking at a man correctly will determine whether you live. Where you live at the will of a man that you don't know just because that day he had an off day. You're telling me that people who die, who were unalive that are mine, that them having happened to them is enough cause for us to not then take up arms regardless. You're telling me that.
See,
What
no,
are you saying?
you've missed.
Can I say
Okay, wait,
something,
you've
guys?
missed my point. I don't mind the idea of taking up arms, but I'm saying that comes at a cost.
It will
Everything
always
does
come
living
at a cost.
this not
There's a
come at a
cost
cost?
right now.
But
There's already a cost
look,
right
I think you guys.
Like, is this not a
sovereign,
cost?
sovereign. Let me explain to you something. In Kenya, it's a cost of life every day. Every
Every
day,
day,
people
even
are
in South
taken
Africa,
every day.
Captain.
People are killed
Life,
every
your
day.
like the
People are poisoned
reality.
every day. But we cannot stop because people are being killed. I am here
Okay,
having this
can I give
conversation.
context? I think maybe let me rather say this. You know, some time ago, I received a download, you know, that was like to me, you don't understand the depth and the darkness of the forces that you're under.
We all do, girl.
No,
We're
not
trying
We
to
all
me.
tell
know.
you.
Okay, not
But
you.
You
I'm
do.
not
No,
guys.
you
we have
don't.
Please,
lived.
guys.
We have lived in it. We
Please
walk
wait,
in it.
guys. Don't personalize this. I'm not saying it to you because I had this download before I even knew that I would be on this panel, right? But I'm just saying that we don't like. So when I say we need to fight, I mean like we're gonna have to purchase some sort of artillery, something. No
Yes.
state is gonna wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm gonna donate to Vitali and friends a particular armed weapon." You know, you've heard about how Iran and Israel were bleeding financially for their 14-day altercation. So what I'm trying to say is, how are we going to finance that? That's where I'm at. Like I'm saying, I don't mind Sizola,
But
how?
let me
Wait,
sovereign. Let me remind us all one thing. We have come from utter poverty, having nothing. Our grandparents had to survive in forest after being depleted everything, from their cows to their chicken, everything made into slaves in the same land. But in whatever form, in spirit, and in whatever structure, we have reached here. We are having this conversation right now. It is not our energy. It is the people who have fought for us to have this conversation in this language, in this platform. If we ground into that, like we need to understand and ground into that, all of us, like deeply ground in it. That is when we understand what fight we are fighting. But if we think it's about arms, that's why I say atomic bombs having, like, we don't even understand the history of atomic bombs on the land of Africa. We don't know because it has been erased systematically.
Yeah.
But everything that, even right now, whatever is happening in Gaza and it's just deletion of history. It's deletion of black history. All these wars that are happening, it's to delete any trace of blackness that has existed on any land. But we know, if we speak our mother tongues, we understand. Like, we own everything. We come from everywhere, and this is our home. Like,
Captain,
this is our grounding.
I just have you know, Captain, let me just put this as plain as I can, right? Right now, there's 7 of us on this panel. We clearly have a similar goal. I'm not a gay. Remember, we have one objective. We want to liberate ourselves. But now, the 7 of us against 7 statements with arms. Are we going to just say, oh, my ancestors, whatever, and then they're going to fall to the ground?
Sovereign.
What do you understand, sovereign?
Wait,
What do you
Captain,
understand? What is
can
the
I?
meaning of... Okay.
Can I? Sovereign, you said that you had a download about something, right? So there is a level of ancestral attuneness that happens there, right?
Yes.
You believe that. You believe that in Joba Silana we are kindred spirits that have seen the same kind of thing. We want the same kind of thing, right? What makes you believe that in order for this fight to be fought, we have to fight it the way that other fights have been fought?
Because as you guys have repeatedly said, we have been fighting in other ways for over hundreds of years, and we're still where we are.
Okay, so when you don't believe that this point in time, that in this point in history, it would be different based on all of the ruptures you're seeing across various places across the world? Like, for instance, Ibrahim Traore, like, for instance, all these wars that keep...
Can I pause you right there? Remember, Ibrahim Traore had to take control of the army.
All right, but that's how it needed to happen for him. So what makes you think that everywhere it's going to happen the way that it needed to happen for him?
Because what other instances have people just spontaneously just overcome the state
Ones
and
where they
then?
were made to
Okay,
remember.
guys. Okay.
Ones
Can
where
I
they were
say
made to
something?
remember.
But is there any example where
Why are you
people
fighting?
no,
Can I
no,
say
I'm not
something,
fighting, I'm
please?
passionate, Z. I'm not fighting. This is passion. This is not a fight, it's passion. So I'm
Can I
saying,
say
what
something?
example is there where people, just everyday people like you and I, Skelenzini, one day Savuga, and we
Guys,
just overcome the
okay.
state?
Can I answer this call and get back to you guys? Someone really needs to get
Okay,
hold of me right now. It's gonna pause the live, right?
I think so.
For
Okay.
You can
you, I
close the
guess,
live
and
and
then
we'll
for everyone
continue.
else.
Oh, okay. So, Mina, we're sovereign. The way that I see it, from my perspective, is this thing. Mina, I believe that we're in a very divine place of alignment. From where I'm standing, I believe that I'm standing at the threshold of the rapture, and I don't think that this fight will be the same fight that we fought before. I don't think so. It doesn't feel to me like that, because this time does not feel the way that it felt before. So I cannot, it's okay. I understand why you're looking at it through that lens. Naomi, when I was where you were, I believed, oh, the only way this can happen. And the thing is, with me, the thing about it is, I was not even thinking that I would end up in this space where I'd be having these kinds of conversations. I was just looking for a job, and I just went back to school. And then I found something that is beyond anything that we've been taught at school, especially about us as Black people. And now I'm realizing that more people are picking up that frequency. And I don't think that that means that we'll fail this time. I just don't see it like that. It might not happen the way that you think it's going to happen. You know, it might just be a flash in the pan that will help, that will require that we play within their system. The rest of it will happen off the grid. Because remember, it's a grid, but it doesn't make it all ending, and it doesn't make it omnipresent, and it doesn't make it everything. And that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I do get sovereign, because it's like the fear of the unknown, right? You don't know what's gonna happen, and when you look at just history and the patterns and recognition, you're gonna see that it's unlikely to go different, because we are creatures of we always do the same things that we've always been doing. So I do get that, but as Butlalo was saying, it always comes at a cost. Now, later, then, it's not a reason to just cover a bit and say, then how do we do this now? It's just that things now are a bit more different, as Z has said. The awareness is something that, for a lot of us previously, the people who came before us have prepared the time and the age that we're in for us to be able to experience this the way it's meant to be experienced, right? And yesterday I was thinking that we are not honest with ourselves, because we cling to the comforts of the system that is meant to collapse eventually. Now I am prepared for a total societal collapse so that we are able to build again. Are you thinking of whatever the people have planned, regardless of whatever the people have planned for you and your race of people that they want to continue oppressing? What have you planned for yourself, and what future do you see within yourself? Because either way, it's collapsing, right?
You
And
can't stop it.
how far are you willing to, like, what, how far, how many comforts are you willing to lose? Because as in the titles that we need to let go, especially where we've assimilated and integrated in the system so much that, look, I'm going to be a doctor in a couple of months. So it's like, okay, I'm a doctor. If the system ends, this identity that I've worked so much for ends with it too. And it's hard for people. And it's like, no matter how much you think you paid for something, it was never meant to be ours. They don't belong to the ours. Even you think you bought a 1 million Bentley, it's not yours. It doesn't belong to you. It only works in the framework of the system, under the context of the world we live in now. Even how much you think, I bought this house for 3 million, if it's meant to be, if everything is meant to collapse, it's gonna collapse, and you need to let it go. Because what belongs to us is us and our awareness and our consciousness, our attention that has been exploited for the system. We need to reclaim it back, and that's what's different this time.
Can I say something, guys? I have been wanting to say this. They are going to use your fear against you. It's one thing you must understand. You are not allowed to be afraid if you want to change your life. They are going to use your fear against you. That's the root of all of this. Your fear, your complicity, your silence, your shame over being an animal, over being wild, over being crazy. You are going to want to stay normal in a collapsing society. It's not going to work. It has never worked. In a collapsing society, staying normal is going to lead to your demise. That fear of you being ashamed, of you looking crazy to people, of you being the one that gets admitted to psych wards, of you being the one that gets arrested by police, you are then using that shame and fear to be complicit. That's all that you have left. People must be fearless. Fearlessness is real.
Bushali, I hate to pry like this. When you stood up, did you not collect an FNB bank card?
Yeah.
Why did you do that? Is it yours, number one?
Yes.
Why do you have it?
Because I opened the account, because I expect money.
Why do you expect money?
Because people are looking for my services. Because there are people who want my services who are still lashed onto the 3D. You must accommodate the society that you're with as well as you can do multiple things at once. We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
I think
People
what
are not going
I'm trying to
detach
point
from
out.
money now. They are not detaching from money now. You also have a bank account. I'm sure all of us here still have bank account.
I think
Money and currency are still actively.
exactly. I think maybe that's exactly what I am trying to bring to the
But
forefront.
that doesn't mean we have to rely on it. That's why it's like I don't have the money right now. I just have the card. I expect the money, but I don't have it. I just have it because I know
But you know,
one day
Bushali, you know
someone's
why I'm
gonna want
asking
it.
this line of
But I've done
questioning.
everything without money. So if I'm willing to go do everything that I've done without money, I can go continue on without the money. Just like Captain said, it's beyond money. Money is there because people are still using it. But that doesn't mean it's the only thing we can rely on. If you limit yourself to thinking money, then you are going to die. I'm so sorry.
Okay. These are my remarks, right? That's, you see what you're doing by getting a bank account. It's, for me, it's a form of grounding, because sometimes we run the risk. Because Butlali, and I have been on this journey. You know that I know exactly what you're talking about. But it does come to a time sometimes when you're too up there and there isn't grounding. Look, you live on earth with people who are more devilish than we could possibly imagine. Like so you reground, we come back. All of this to say, right? I still feel like we can work together and we have different qualities, right? I mean, I think I even had a story a few times ago. I live in anxiety of the future. I anticipate what could go wrong in the future. So for me, would I like to take up armed struggles? Yes. But am I going to go to a gunfight with a knife? No. That's just me. I want to be able to truly fight effectively when I do fight. So okay, let me finish. So when I am with you guys, I want you to get that, right? But I think maybe from this conversation, I'm realizing, Guti, we need to focus on our different strengths. Mina, my strength, I'm truly for mobilizing, having and getting finances. This world runs on finances. For us to be like, yo, so spiritual and yay, hooray, things are going to be magically, it's a different time. I don't resonate with that. I used to be like
Then
6 months
we're
ago.
not talking about
But
the
it's
same
still,
thing.
but what I'm trying to say, Gusi, that doesn't mean that I'm not
Sovereign.
committed to this. What I'm saying is, Guti, as much as a country, there's people who go out on the diplomatic affairs just to talk about things, and then there's military generals, Guti. If the talking doesn't work out, we are prepared to fuck shit up. So, military, Guti, if things get fucked up,
Then you can't be anxious. You must
Sovereign.
be fearless, girl. We're trying to tell you, get a grip.
Sovereign.
Satela. You are
Sovereign, whoa. Sovereign. I get you there. You were talking about money. Let's talk about money then. Do you want to talk about money?
yes.
Okay, let's talk about money. We will. I want to talk about money in the context of people. Do you believe that that Black Africans can actualize to a point where they can understand the value of themselves and where they are? Do you believe that that's a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy you believe in that. So let's move into the space. How do you think that the Black community was infiltrated um by everything that infiltrated us? They used one of our own, right?
Yes.
So they spoke a language that we know how to speak. So now we need to speak, we speak a language that they know how to speak. I'm going to help in that sense of talking about money. Let's talk about money. My company's structural IP is sitting at 400 million, right? That's how much my idea is worth. If I were to sell the idea today, it's worth 400 million rand. That's money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that money works only in the context if they think that it's valuable for them within their context. If as long as I'm a good, clever Black, I'm a better Black than the other Blacks, it works. But if they see that this is a threat, then they can cancel it, they can sanction me, they can tell me that this money doesn't work. So value only works if it's assigned. It works under the context of where it's assigned. If under the specific with the specific value where we are sitting, it's under the dollar, right? Which has gold reserves, which is what holds its security. So if you want to play this game that we're fighting, we have to fight using a language they know, which is the value that they know. I'm not even fazed by saying that it's 400 million rand. I'm not even fazed by, I don't care. You know what? It means nothing to me. Because to me, the bigger thing is what happens to my people at the end of it. If I have children and I leave them here, what am I leaving them to? Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's the thing, Uti. You're not supposed to, as a Black person, it's not too good. You're supposed to limit the way that you live because you're Black, because you can't fight, because you have nothing. I think that also stems from some sort of, I don't know if it's a lack mindset. I don't know how to assign it. And I'm not saying you have a lack mindset, but I'm saying there's a scarcity that flows in between how you speak about things because you speak from a point of limitedness. I'm at a point where I believe that the abundance is flowing to me. And the momentum, I'm watching it gather through small things like a purchase, like a meeting Bohlali, like being on this panel with you. Like every time I speak and someone says, oh, she makes sense. Okay, that means I'm not that bad. Like how right now we are in conversation with Toyota. You understand what I'm saying to you? So that whole thing, and this thing is from an idea that I had in my head, that's sitting in my head. It gained value from my head and it became something. And when I told people about it, the idea infected them. That's what we're doing here. Oh, that's why I say I need the awareness. I just need the awareness. I just need people to know. Do you understand what I'm saying? And once you know, you can't go back and behave the way that you did when you didn't know. Because it's one thing to live in a world where the systemic oppression is around you, but you don't know where it's coming from. The minute the root is showed to you and you still behave the same, you're a part of it. Does that I hope that makes sense.
Nothing that you said to me here is new. Like these are things I have come to realize in my own respect, in my own life. I think again, that's why I say we're on the same team. What I'm saying, yeah, Gusi, when they come fighting, I think it's best to be prepared to fight back effectively. That's all I'm saying.
What does
Fighting
that
them
mean?
with guns does
If
not
they
help
come
anyone.
fighting and we are meant for it, we are in alignment, we will be ready.
It
That's
doesn't
the
matter
whole
what
point.
Fair
eventually
enough.
It
happens.
doesn't matter what
I'm
happens.
happy with
It
that.
doesn't matter the context of what the fight looks like. We are in alignment. We are ready. This is not just about us. It's about the people who didn't get the chance to live today and stand on the ground that we're standing on with the knowledge that we have, with the sight that we have, in a lens that is, we have now broken through the veil of thinking that the measurement of intellect is what they said it is. It's not, because it doesn't even account for your ancestral knowledge. It doesn't account for street wisdom gained through the lived knowledge of being Black. It doesn't
And
even validate you as an
creativity.
individual. So how can you then think that those people with such a limited imagination, such a limited imagination, that they never built anything that lasted, that stood the test of time, like the pyramids of Giza? That's our heritage. It's our inheritance. The pyramids of Giza that their science cannot explain. until today. So they say, oh, it was the aliens. Oh, it's magic. No, it wasn't. It was us. You understand what I'm saying? And if we can get to a point where we can resonate at the frequency that those people were doing at that point in time, they can't stop us. They cannot. Because the
And can I
time,
say,
thank you.
sorry. And also, when I bring up the Haitian Revolution, I do it on purpose. They did not have guns. They relied solely on land and organizing. They did not have any weaponry. They did not have arms whatsoever. I bring up the Haitian Revolution on purpose because they were able to do it for more than 10 years without any weaponry whatsoever. You know, you have more access to technology now than they ever had. You have more access to information. You have more access to people. The fact that we can speak on live right now like this is more than they had access to. You just open your phone and you start talking to people. They had to organize through underground channels. They had to use secret codes. We can speak out freely right now, talk about these things like this. So now you're going to talk about fear of what? We have creativity. We invent everything. We've invented every single thing that's existing right now. We invented it. We can make new stuff. I don't want to swear. We can make new stuff on our own. We have ideas sitting. Some of us have been just waiting for resources and we said, no, let's just do it ourselves. And then we got killed by life because people want to hate us and sabotage us. We are just like Ibrahim Traore. We have ideas sitting in our head here. People are killing us left, right, and center. We can't be afraid. We have the power that we think we do. But you can't be thinking, okay, they have guns, now we have to match them. No, they need us more than we need them. They've always needed us more than we need them. All the time.
Charlie,
Every single time.
I think you've said so aptly that we have ideas. What is preventing us from materializing our idea?
Fear. Fear.
But-
We
but-
don't want to lose
Wait,
money.
wait,
We don't want to
Charlie,
lose
no,
status.
let-
We were afraid
let's
of
be-
being embarrassed. We're afraid of the fear.
Let's be honest, Butlali. If let's say there's a child who is fearless, brilliant mind sitting somewhere, Injala Guti, fear is the only thing that prevents them from taking their
They need
idea.
support. You can't let a child fight a battle alone. There's adults. Why do I keep saying, why must I keep reprimanding adults around me? There's adults. Adults are afraid of losing their jobs. Adults are afraid of losing money. Adults are afraid of losing their lives. They're not willing to do what it takes. They don't have the fearlessness that it took for the political leaders that they grew up with.
So
Exactly.
if I invented or rather if I conceptualize something to make wireless electricity that will overcome load shedding, the only thing that could stop me from materializing is for me to be fearless.
No, it's support, lack of support. I'm
What type
saying
of support? Be specific. What type of support do you need?
the people around you are also afraid. I'm not saying you are afraid alone. I'm saying people are afraid in general.
And we think so little of ourselves. We don't even think we're
Exactly.
capable of it. And it's a requirement for the reality that we exist in, that we
I
really
think,
think
you
so
know-
little of ourselves.
you know,
Even during the even
Sovereign,
during
you
the
are not
apartheid.
alone. You are
Even
not
during
just
the-
two
I think maybe I
individuals
just wanna
speaking.
Uzi. The thing is, Z and I are engaging for the first time. Z, I genuinely used to make content educating Africans about our heritage, what we've accomplished, what we've done. So I think you have this perception that I don't know how powerful Black people are or where they've been or what they've done. That's why I'm saying I've been there. I've had that enlightenment. I understand it. But I've also had a process of grounding because you are up there, you get down, you get
You
all
don't,
information.
you know what,
But you
babe?
need to
No, babe,
materialize it.
So let me say
Some.
something.
That's not,
Problem-
I don't think that's the perception I have of you. The perception that I have of you is that your fear is overriding anything else, everything else that is going on.
It's
That
individualistic.
even if you wanted to hear what we were saying, you couldn't because you're so afraid.
You know,
because
no,
you're so
you
anxious.
know why, Z? You
And
know why?
wait.
When I want to express why I'm pushing back because I've been in the we're amazing, our mind, we're aligned. Maybe it's just the timeline is not moving fast enough for me. Maybe that's what it is.
It
No,
moves when
Sovereign,
you
there's-
move,
there's a-
girl. What do you mean?
Okay,
There's
what?
a thing about thing that people are told you're on a spiritual high. There's this conversation that people are told you're just on a spiritual high and you need to ground. It has become a conversation that everybody is being told to ground because they are on a spiritual high. Yet this same person is functional and being able to do the things they're supposed to do. It is a stage of awareness. Let me say it that way. It is a stage of awareness where everybody tells you you're on a high and you need to ground. What you're saying and resisting is just a space where somebody is advising you that you need whatever you are thinking and wishing is too much. Imagine, but ground it by creating it. That is the only way. And if we
That's
say we
exactly
are
what I'm
afraid,
saying.
no, but you keep saying you're on the high. So you think you feel you're in a place where something will happen and you'll calm down. Like it's not
No,
your
no, 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 no. I'm
How do you
saying that
raise a
the things, no,
standard
no,
if
no.
you
What
keep
I'm
grounding?
what I'm saying is
Sovereign.
that the things that you are receiving while you are up there connected and getting all the information from our ancestors, how to materialize it. When I say ground, I mean you have to materialize it. It must go from an
Sovereign.
idea to an actual lived reality. That's what I
Not
mean.
alone. You can't do
Sovereign.
it alone, sovereign. You
Sovereign.
can't
Okay,
do it
wait.
alone.
When you want evidence, right? You want evidence, right?
Materialization,
You want
material.
materialization evidence.
Yes.
Okay, give me 3 months. I'll give you evidence. Does that make you
okay.
happy?
Yes,
Give me 3
actually,
months.
it'll give me great relief.
Give me 3 months. I'll give you evidence. That's it.
Okay.
I don't want you to be anxious about it anymore. Because when I speak from alignment, I mean, I've never been in this place where I am now. And I believe the strength of it through the kind of people I've been able to magnetize into my gravity. You understand what I'm saying? I don't operate from a place where some things it's a theory. We're not doing theory here. I did not build a framework based on theory. I built a framework that could be implemented, that can change according to the needs of humans, that can measure the value of the return on investment on culture. Do you understand what I'm saying? And we can pivot and
Okay.
we can build for it and we can
Um,
adjust. So, Sovereign, give
How?
me
Okay, wait.
three
I just
months.
want what to expect. Like, is this like what?
Don't worry. Don't
But
worry.
no. But wait. You see, that's not.
Sovereign, let go of
We
Guys,
control,
can't set the
let go of
terms.
control,
You said you want
let go of
evidence.
control.
I'll
yeah.
give
But
you
what does it
evidence.
look
You
like?
can't, no,
Let go
you'll
of
see it.
control.
You'll
Let
see
go
it.
of control.
Okay.
You'll
Fair
see it.
enough.
You'll see it.
Also,
You are
I
not
want
allowed
to
to
make a
dictate the
point.
terms. When you said you want evidence, I will give you evidence.
Materialize. Remember, I said,
Material evidence. I'll
thank
give you
you.
material
Can I make
evidence.
a
Okay. All
point as
right. Fair
well?
enough.
Can I make a point? So my idea also with this thing that you're saying, where when we are high in the sky and we have the ideas and we need to materialize, what I need you to understand is that when you are grounding to a base level that matches the level of the oppressor.
Yes.
We want to raise it up here. When you ground, you're coming back down. Every time you're coming back down here. That's why you are stuck in the fear. And it's now you want
Yes.
control. Now you want to know what is going to happen. We are here. We don't know. We are living by faith and not by sight, girly. Because we have gotten to that point where everything that we see around us is crumbling. We don't see a better future, but we have to believe that it's there. We are the
Yeah.
ones that are sent to make that happen immaterial. This is us organizing and speaking about it.
Make it happen in what?
We are the ones that are sent
Make
to
it
I
happen
will
in
give
what?
you evidence.
Make it
In the
happen in what,
material.
Buchali?
in the material. We are the
Thank you.
ones.
That's what I
No,
mean.
but
In
when you're
material.
grounding, you are grounding on a base level that is already at the level that you want to get out of. How do you get out and go back
Buchali,
inside?
you are the one
When
who's saying that make it happen in material. What I'm saying is, Guti, let's materialize. Okay, throw away the word
Okay.
grounding. Materialize. Let's not just have
Okay.
concepts and ideas.
Okay, can I continue, please? Can I continue?
Okay, guys, you know what? Guys,
No,
it's been
let me
nice.
speak, please. Let me speak.
Why Ulwa?
Let me speak. What I want to say is,
Ungali.
it means that we must burn everything down and build over. That's it. That's what you want us to say. That's what I want. I don't want these buildings anymore. The asbestos is killing us. The pollution is killing us. The what is killing us. I don't want these buildings. They are structured terribly. I want the temples that our ancestors built. I want the pyramids that our ancestors built. I want everything that we knew we could do without them. It must be made of mud and bricks. I mean, not bricks. It must be made of mud and soil. It must be made of water and listen, no cement, no nothing. That's what I want. That's what I want to materialize. But it needs everything to be burnt down. That's what you want to hear. That's what I'm on. That's the tip that I'm on. I don't have money to do that because I'm not going to get the money to do that because nobody wants that to happen.
Yeah.
because your standard of living requires these buildings as they are, which means they're going to
Exactly.
have to mine metals, which means they're going to have to do what she said with the ESCOM and the ash, where they make cement from ash from the coal, which means they're going to keep exploiting and mining our resources to build these buildings that we want, the luxury that we want. No, I don't want this anymore. Burn the buildings down. Take over all
Faith.
everything. We're not making clothes from this materials anymore. We're not making anything from metals anymore. We're going to stop mining. We're going to stop building. Factories shut down. Everything stops. Thank you. That's what I want to see. And if you're not ready for that, you are gripping onto comfort that doesn't exist. Thank you.
May I please chime in?
Oh
May
yeah,
I please chime
sorry.
in?
You may speak first. Then can I please speak afterwards,
Of,
Mr.
Thank
of
you.
Nature?
course. Of course. In the biggest talking point about this whole conversation, I think the one thing that we need to understand is that this reality that we live in does not exist without the exploitation of Black people.
Thank you.
That's true.
It doesn't exist without the oppression of our ancestors and it being sorry, and it being continuous, right?
Thank you.
And it's not something that can ever be separated from the Bentley that you drive. It can never
Thank
be
you.
separated from the Gucci bag, from the espresso that you have. And so the idea of us being liberated, not being tangible in your mind, is you kind of without intentionally doing it, admitting that you can't think of a reality where poverty is not a natural state for a Black person.
Yes.
The idea that there is a billionaire and that there is someone that is living below the poverty line is not a natural thing, but you can justify it using programming, using words like discovering America, and exploring South Africa. It's that programming that allows for the justification of what's happening to the Sudanese people, to the Ethiopians, to the Congolese people. It's not possible for them to keep up their systems, whether it's mining, whether it's fuel, whether it's electricity in the form that they work with it, without our people bearing the brunt of that same exploitation. And every single person that has assimilated and found success in the system will have to give up privilege or go with them. That is non-negotiable. We're not going to have this idea of Buckingham Palace for the kind of royalty or leadership we might think that we want. We have society, we have structured, we have any kind of system that is necessary for us to function cohesively, but none of them separates us and devalue us based on something material. So even the idea of bringing something to the materialization has no value if it's not rooted in you understanding that the spiritual part of it is just as important. And therefore, you need to validate our dream of liberation more than your perceived reality of this oppression. Because at the end of the day, we're living in their heaven, we're living in their dream. The money isn't real. The billionaires aren't real. The technology is not real because it's built on our exploitation. And when I say it's not real, I don't mean that it doesn't exist. I mean that it's not sustainable regeneratively. It's always going to be paid for in blood. The diamonds. People are so okay not understanding the molecular structure of diamonds being exactly the same and somehow justifying blood diamonds. You don't
Man.
you don't live the
God, who is this
reality.
guy? Who are? Oh my
Nature.
God, Lord.
Okay, I
You.
just didn't get the speaker's name, so I'm not sure if what you've described was for me or for the audience at large. Because again, nothing that you've said here is new to me. The only thing that I am highlighting is Guti. The When we say we're going to break this, those who benefit from this system are going to want to coerce us back into it. using what?
You can't be.
Where
Sorry.
can I just want to say
Sorry.
weaponry? The same. I think, guys, maybe you must understand. They used physical violence against us, right?
You're scared
And
to die.
then now it's mental. Now we bind ourselves. And also, guys, as I said, you guys have probably never seen my content. I used to tell people, the sooner you buy land that has a stream inside it and you can plant your own crops and you go off the grid, the better for you. Because shit is wild out here. Like, I've been saying that from the wait, can I just
interject?
finish? I've been saying that from the get.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, Guti, when we buckle and the system begins to crumble, not the same way they now go into Yona Congo with their pew-pews, Yona Gaza with their pew-pews. When the system starts to collapse, they're gonna bring back the pew-pews to try to coerce us.
what
And I'm
now?
saying, let's have our own pew-pews to be like Asbuyeli. That's all I'm saying.
Invent a pew pew.
Just say, you're scared to die, aren't you?
We invent.
He's just scared to die.
And that's where yeah, I mean, it's normal and it's valid because I mean there's a cost, and there's a cost now. People are dying even now, and what banking on what nature was saying was that it doesn't matter because the reality we live in benefits them regardless. That's the entire cost. And the cost of our lives, it's a tiny little cost compared to the greater damage it has done so far and it will continue to do if nothing ever happens.
Yeah, you know what? I think the thing with me is every time I have this conversation, I think about it this way. If you were during the time where the slave ship had just landed and you are at the bottom of the ship and you guys are sailing to wherever you're sailing, then someone from the future comes in and tells you what's going to happen to you on that ship or when you get off that ship. And you have a choice now because you know what the future is, right? To choose whether you live or whether you go out. I think I would choose to go out.
Thank you,
because
Lele.
all I have with me is my life. That's all I have. And if I can't live my life, if my life, in order for the context of my life to exist in a way that it needs to be erased to a degree, and I need to accept that the erasure is a normal part of my existence. Like, for instance, where I'm living, ESCOM is poisoning us. You understand what I mean? I'm watching people die slowly. Unalive. I'm so sorry, guys. I know they don't like that word. I'm watching people get unalived slowly. You understand? Gradually, day by day. And all I have is my life. So what must I do? Sit there and say, Marabane pamu.
No, you're supposed to raise funds so that you also have. You guys, you know, guys, I'm picking up the twisting of my words. Mina, guys, if anything, I'm saying let's be proactive. Guti, when the fight is gonna come to us, are we gonna be ready to take on the fight? I get you guys are saying, Guti, there might not be a fight. I get that much. I'm just
But the
bringing
fight
my
never stopped.
perception.
But Sovereign, the fight never stopped. The fight never stopped. The fight has been going on for 2025 years. That's why there's a count. That's why we went
We
to
have to
school
be
and
creative.
we were
Okay, guys,
taken
okay,
to
you know
school.
what? This is what would balance me, guys.
Sovereign,
Okay.
Sovereign,
Mina,
wait,
okay,
calm down.
put aside my idea of we have to have our own weaponry to fight the fight. How do you guys see us materializing this without us having
Burn
arms?
everything
it is
down.
not
Burn
what-
everything down. Burn
Come on,
everything
Bushali,
down.
come on.
You're not taking me
But we are-
seriously. You're not
But
taking me
look,
seriously.
let me use
I can
the
answer
example
her.
of Kenya.
I
Let
can
me use
answer
the
her.
example. Let me use a perfect example. What is happening in Kenya? Everything is burning down. It might not be seen on press, but it is burning down. When the point it will come, when the monuments that have been stored there by the Freemason, we are aware of it. They have even showed their faces so that they can be kept safe. So we can talk about like it's not spiritual. It is spiritual for these people to come and say, oh, we are here. This is what we've been doing here. They've been there for centuries, hiding behind Christianity and government. But now they have to show their faces. They would have never shown their faces if there's not something that is happening that is threatening, whether
Yes.
physical or with guns or with whatever. That is not going to change the
Guys,
fact that
Andrea wants to speak. Shem,
it has
Andea's been
changed.
wanting to speak for a while.
No, thing is like as in Uxolo, good day everyone. I do not mean to cut Mr. Captain short. Here's the thing. I stand with you, Miss Butlale Kauti. Fear is the mind killer. Thing is like I have so much to say, but then I'm gonna like start off with these few questions that I always ask myself. Maybe like ngifuna ukubuza like wonke umuntu kule panel lena ukuthi why is that are we paying to live in this planet?
Thank you. We're
Like,
still
who are we
paying bills,
owing this
guys.
much?
Even now, you guys are going to work tomorrow. You're supposed to be at work or something, paying bills. Guys, see now we're unemployed. We don't think
And
about these things.
and the question is right now, the majority that we need to ground now, it's who gave government land to sell to people?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Who
Exactly.
gave
No one gave
water?
it to us.
Exactly.
One of the main things that we've been lied to and is killing our continent, this thing called dams and hydroelectric power, it is killing our land. It is not helping anything. But we are busy fighting and talking about government. The plan is we blow all these things up. We don't need them.
Hi everyone.
Look,
Hi
it is
Butlali. Hi
opening
Hi,
our
everyone.
Mama.
brain.
How are you?
I'm good. Guys, firstly, like, can I please bring some love into this room? Because what you guys are doing by even talking about this on this level is so helpful, like in so many ways. Like, not only are you educating, but you are growing thought, which is like so needed for this revolution and evolution to happen. So firstly, thank you, like, for existing and being brave enough to do this. Andrea, I think I would love to answer your question from my perspective, right? So I'm one of those people who believe like bottled water is stupid, like it's dumb. You know, things like paying rent and things like paying for energy and paying for these things don't make sense to me. And to come to what Sovereign also was saying, like materialistic, like what do we do? You know, the doing. It has to start, and I think we also need to identify the place we're playing as generations who are alive right now. This has been happening, as Captain said, that this has been happening for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We've been at war. We've been not free. We're still not free, right? So to expect for us to solve all the problems so that we can live the way that we've always been intended to live on this planet is unrealistic. So we need to make peace with the fact that we're not going to see the fruits of our labor in our lifetime. We're going to see them when we come back in future lifetimes, if you believe in that, or you're going to see them as a tongo for your family, as an ancestor. That's where you'll see the fruit of what we're doing here, right? So the reason why we're paying to exist on the planet is because existing on the planet was commoditized very systemically, right? And so the thinking means our role is to shift how we view reality itself, the things that we deem to be true, right? So even when Sovereign was saying, buy land, listen, the answer is 100% going back to nature. That is 100% the answer, to live a life of true abundance, right? But the process, because what we need to understand is no one took land. There's legal systems and systems put in place to place the illusion that our land was taken from us, but land belongs to nature. Land belongs to all that is nature. So no one can really take it. No one can really own it. What they can do is create systems that make you think that you do not have access to it, right? Yeah. And so even the thinking of, I need to buy land to get land is an enslaved mentality, because you need to think outside the box now, which is why Butlali was saying we need to be creative. We need to think outside the box. Kumele uhambe and go to your kingdom that your family comes from. You need to trace yourself. Go to the land which is rightfully yours, designated to your people, and go to that and make sure that you are helping rise or raise that kingdom, so that that queen or that king can give you land. Give you land, because land is not to be bought or sold. It is belonging to all that is alive on the planet. So you go and you ask to be allocated land, right? And they'll ask you for a gesture, like something small. This is things that people have done. People have gotten land Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, my nephew's home from school. People have gotten land for little as 200 or 500 rand because their family is from that area. You can get land for 2,000 rand, for 3,000 rand, for 500 rand, as long as you go the channel of Isindu. It doesn't have to be that you go through banks. Even the banking system is built on a bunch of lies.
Yeah.
There's an entire legal system that is a myth that we're living according to. And if people can understand that even what we deem to be real is not true, the systems that we say, oh, this is the law, this is wrong, this is right, all of that was created to create this perpetual state of
Yes.
enslavement.
Yes.
And
All
it's
of
called,
that. So
even
that's what
legally, it's called
is meant,
fictitious. It's a
right? That's what
fictitious
is meant
ideology.
by it's changing everything, everything, the philosophies we live by, the things we think we can and cannot do. All of that has to change. All of it. You need to be able to know, Guti, I can get onto a piece of land, stand on it, and say this is mine, as long as I've spoken to the rightful owners of this place.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. But I think another part that I was, Mina, the perspective that I come from, because these systems already exist and they were a manipulation that curated the reality that we live in, I believe there are ways in which we can re-engineer so that we can democratize empowerment. Because that's the thing. If you can
Sorry, I just want to add. I think you guys are saying the same thing. It's like
Yeah.
from Venus, it
Absolutely,
starts with
absolutely.
the
I'm
shift,
so
and
happy.
then it
I'm
becomes
so
like you
happy.
say,
Yes, then. So happy.
yeah.
So this is where again I maybe, and also maybe this must be my last contribution, because I keep saying the same thing, and there's nothing that's been said that's really shifted my concerns, because abantu who are being displaced in Sudan right now are being displaced from their ancestral lands using pew-pews. Khona manje, with the minerals being discovered eMzumbe, mines are coming in with the power, the coercive power of the state to move people away so that they can explore the region further. And this is why I say, if we are not equipped to fight back, the state and the capitalists and all these systems of coercion can just treat us like cattle. That is my only
They already
concern.
are.
Well,
One
They
thing
let
you
me
need to
say,
already
understand.
Bukhali,
are.
let me say further. They will further treat us like cattle, as we've seen in Sudan, as we've seen in Congo. So
But
it's
Sudan, wait. Sudan has been happening for the longest time. It did not start last week or last year. It's been
People are
happening
already
for
taking up
thousands.
arms there.
Like this has been happening for the last 2,000, 3,000 years. It is not something that started to happen today. We're only aware of it today because it's on social media. That is the only reason. They've been trying to destroy and bombing pyramids that have been there for thousands of years, and it's been happening systematically. People being erased, Arabization, and that has been happening for the last almost 1,000 or 2,000, if
Guys,
not
this
more.
guy's handsome has had his hand up for the longest
Your
time.
shame, handsome, you can go. Your Mara,
Sorry, babe.
handsome.
Hello, hi everyone. Hi Z.
Hi.
Hey.
Um, just to, I think the main reason was Xavier was saying in terms of getting our own military grade weapons, um, it wouldn't be advisable to actually lead to that scale or weaponize a country to attract a conflict, because we all know what having weapon would do. It wouldn't stabilize us in any form. It will actually increase or escalate the found peace that we have as individuals. The main reason that people were even attracted to us as a country in South Africa was that how calm and how rooted we were as individuals, how respectful we were. That's how we became the target. And that's how, if you tell our elders something, we are most likely to even believe those ideas. So the illusion of safety through arms is the oldest trap of warfare in any form or shape. So that I have to really remove and quickly. Also, just to address what I think was official was saying, very profound, very thoughtful. You know, I've always had this idea in terms of poverty is not an accident. It's
Exactly.
not a natural disaster that we it's designed. Poverty is man-made. It is drawn in the boardroom. There are signatures in parliament that enforce these laws to keep certain people in the shacks in those circumstances because they are needed for those certain things. So we completely understand how poverty is man-made and what man has done to keep those systems alive to this day. So to change our own conditions, and it was beautiful what officials said, to think like engineers and debunkle or re-engineer the whole system that has kept us poor. And it's this kind of topics that we must have. Yes, host.
I would like to say thank you, handsome. Yeah, I agree with what you said. And moving forward, I think we need to get to a point where we realize our ancestors have done everything that we are thinking about doing, by the way. They've been doing it, just like Captain says. This has been going on for thousands of years. We are at the brink where we have to realize we cannot go back. This is why I say burn everything down. We cannot continue like this is normal. We cannot continue like we can make sense of how we will live like this moving forward. We are at the brink. Literally, us having this conversation, it was because of me and Z saying, we are ready for WAR. Me and Z had a phone call before the live. We said, we are ready for WAR.
Muhlali ku-WAR. Nizolwa ngani? Nge-mind,
Whatever. We fight spiritual ones. We fight the spiritual ones. We don't have to do this because they
Sovereign,
know.
we're not against guns also. Me
Sovereign.
personally, I'm not against guns.
I'm not, man.
Can I be
Wait,
honest?
wait,
You
No,
guys
guys,
on
wait,
this
wait,
live-
wait, wait, wait,
You
wait,
guys
wait,
on this
wait.
live have been
Sovereign.
pushing this thing, Guti. What I'm saying is just so null and void and like
Because
yes,
you
I'm
say
sounding
you keep
happy.
repeating
Sovereign.
the
It's
same
because when you're
thing.
clinging on to the same thing. And then when we
Yes.
try to show you that this thing is more than just about that. Like,
Yes.
guys,
No,
the
no,
oppression
no,
of
no,
it.
no, no.
Wait,
No,
wait.
Z,
The
don't paint me
oppression.
like
Wait,
that.
wait,
Don't
Sovereign.
paint me
Wait,
like that,
Sovereign.
Z, because I
Wait,
said,
Sovereign.
Guti, different
Sovereign,
people
wait.
have different
Sovereign.
strengths.
Give me
I
a second
acknowledge
so I
that
can
you
give
guys
you,
have
so I can tell you
spiritual
where you're
strengths
coming from.
and you want to focus on the spiritual strengths, but
No,
Mina, I have
Sovereign.
no. I said I
even
acknowledge.
told you that I will give you evidence in real life.
I can't
I
allow
even
you to
said
put
that.
words in my mouth. That's all. That's the only
No,
thing I
you're
want to
doing
correct.
that though.
No,
Because
no,
Tina, we are
Z,
having a
you are saying that
conversation.
Mina.
Okay.
No.
No, darling, Ima,
You
whoa.
know, okay, can I say my, you know what, let's do this.
Can I say what I want to
just
say?
want to say my 2 cents. Mina, when earlier on, maybe 30 minutes ago, I said, I acknowledge we have different strengths. I said that. And I'm on your guys' team. And while you guys work on what you're working on, let me work on the warfare. Because Mina, that is my area of concern. That's my ancestral lineage. Like, that's what I need to focus on. So, Mina, I've said from the start,
Why are
Guti,
you
you're on the
asking
same
us
team.
then? Because
Then why are you asking us if you already know your strength?
We said we don't need the weapons. We said we don't
Okay,
want
mina
them.
ngicela ukusho into engifuna ukuyisho. I wanted to say something about how when an individual, black people particularly, when we've been oppressed, it's not just a thing which you're oppressed with the lack of resources. You are oppressed with the lack of the ability to look at yourself holistically as a human being and accept that what you've been given is not enough. The value asserted to yourself is the value that was assigned to you by the systems that wrote the laws that built the environment that you are in. That's where I'm coming from. So when we talk about this thing, I genuinely don't think it will need to get to war like that. I don't. The reason I say that is because look at where we are. Majority of the population in South Africa is black. We can agree with that. So do you really think, And honestly, the hierarchy needs to exist. The hierarchy that we have, in order for the system to sustain itself, it needs the hierarchy. So it needs poverty, right? And it needs people under that poverty line. So do you really think that these people would risk blowing up the entire hierarchy that they built for themselves? Because this thing also needs to have a level of self-preservation. It tries to preserve itself under the weight of its laws, and then once it fails to do that, it cannibalizes itself because it cannot stand under the weight of its own dimensions of existence, because the architecture is warped. It's what nature said. That's what nature said. That's what I said. Nature, what is nature saying? Because nature is looking at this thing at a whole. In order for the system to stand, it requires your oppression. It requires that you be at the bottom of the pyramid. So even with patriarchy, when you look at a system like patriarchy is a system. It's literally a system designed to ensure that one particular type of person gets access to the factors of production, which can then yield wealth, which can then yield influence, which can then yield all of the societal norms that we can deem, so that you can have control of a particular and influence over that particular place, right? And the thing about it is, patriarchy happened to black men as well, because patriarchy regards that white people need to be at the top of the pyramid. Do you understand? So at the helm of everything that we're looking at now, when you look at something like Cyril Ramaphosa and you hear the story that he had money stuffed in his couches, there's no way that a person who is at the top of the pyramid would need to stuff money in his couches. What that tells you is that this person is not a free agent, he's an assistant. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's citizen number one in the country. And then you look at all the other places where power is being dismantled, where the truth is being, where even if the person has chosen Uguti, even if I don't make it out of this, it's fine as long as people know the truth. I.e. General Mkonazi, right? Who went and he told the entire nation, this is what's happening. This is where you stand. This is who's running things. It's broken in the judiciary. It's broken in the lawyers. It's broken in the police. It's broken in the dockets. It's broken in the prisons. Some people are being let out to go assassinate people because they're already in prison. So you can't really clock a person who's in jail already because they have an alibi. So if you look at that and you think that the reason that this is not working is because we don't have military, then I don't understand how to engage with you, because we're looking at it from a holistic perspective of everything it took for us to get here, for us to be here, because we can't just dismantle the one thing and say, oh, the problem is we don't have money. Money is a small part of it. And money, let's talk about money. Money only has a value, it's only as the perception of value that is assigned to it by a group of people. That's how something like Bitcoin can exist, right? Bitcoin exists because people believe that the value of it is this. Not that it actually is that. If you don't know Bitcoin, then you can't even say, hey, I picked
We
up
can
a
just
Bitcoin.
steal their
You know
weapons
what I mean?
if we want.
Exactly. So
We
I don't
can
even
just
think,
go run into
but
their
I don't,
houses, steal their stuff.
but based on
Oh,
based on the patterns that have been shown throughout, how these things are, how the ruptures are happening in other places on the planet, it might not even need to get to that. It might not even. Because the thing is, I'm not operating from a perspective where I know what's going to happen. I'm operating from a perspective that I'm in my divine purpose. I'm meant to be here. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And that's it. Everything else is beyond me.
Can I say something before anyone else speaks? We have homework. When we leave this live, somebody must take action. I don't want people complaining, because I see in the comments people are saying theories, 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 theories. Everyone in the comments, everyone in the panel, you have homework. Quit your job if you're serious. Quit school, quit something, and go do work. Do something to show that you are not complying with the system. If that's what you're saying, you don't want theory, do it. Quit your job.
Yeah.
Go quit school. Go and leave your families behind. Go run away from home. Be homeless. Don't buy a house. Do something. If you want to show that you're not compliant with the system, because you're telling us that we were just talking about theory. Show us, Nani. Show us, because you are
Host.
keeping the hamster wheel running by going to work, by going to school, by keeping the families intact, by buying house, by buying car, by buying clothes, by buying at the malls, by keeping the shops running. Come, show us
They
that you are not
they
doing
won't do
by
that,
quitting.
host.
We want to see you have homework. Thank you.
Host. It's very important to understand how people are thinking concurrently. Before a person can be free, they must firstly know who they are, not who they were told they are through missionaries or even textbooks. You must
Yes.
know who you are, and that's for me. It's the core or the basic humanistic psychology that meets our liberation as a person. So humanistic psychology teaches you or teaches us that self is not given to us. You discover yourself.
Mm.
If you are still waiting to be told who you are, and then you're going to carry the wrong thing. Your potential and growth is going to be defined to you.
Mm.
Your self actualization or self discovery is not going to be who you were supposed to be. If you still like the first question that you ask a person, who are you or who am I? A lot of people do not know how to answer that question.
Thank you.
Due to the fact that thing has been defined for them. You know, it is so hurting to find a person when they answer themselves, I'm a child of God. I'm a this. You were told that. So for you to answer me in that manner, you are totally you have stripped yourself out of your own self-discovery as a child. And you have taught yourself in a language that you weren't even supposed to even know in your lifetime.
Mm.
So it's as much as we are supposed to go out there and do exactly what you say, host, a lot of people won't do that because it would reverse what they have been told to do, and they have not done anything about themselves to find who is handsome. How do I reverse that lie? How do I now strip away all these false identities that have been given to me and return to the truth?
Can I come in here?
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi guys. I've
Hello.
been I've been sitting here on this live watching you. So guys, ngizokhuluma ngesiZulu ukuze ngibeke amaphuzu wami kahle. So I'm sorry for those who don't understand isiZulu, ne?
Sure.
So mina nginizwile nonke futhi akekho wrong. But ngizoya kancane ngale sayidini laka Sovereign makathi yes, you want to Buhlale says we need to burn everything. And then Sovereign ethi, but we don't have guns. So mina ngizobuyela ekutheni we need to be patient.
Yeah. Our
Yes.
people are dying.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
For you to win, you need to be patient. Some of us here won't be able to see umsebenzi esiwenzile. We might not be doing it for us even. But if siyamawala, sizolimala.
Yes.
You understand? If siyamawala, sizolimala. We are laying the foundation right now. Mawuya mawala uzolimala because bona mabefika bahlala phansi bathi bayenza strategy. Angithi they did it for years. Izinto ezenzakala manje baziplana kudala. So if wena uzofuna uku-acta manje unganayo i-defense uzolimala.
But can I ask, don't you think our ancestors worked alongside their strategizing? Like the reason why we have the minds that we have, the way we were born, the fact that we have the courage that we do is because the ancestors were also strategizing alongside these people doing the same thing.
Our ancestors babazuma angazi yini nge-English ngizothini. Ngicela ningitolikele yini ukuzuma nge-English.
Yeah, angazi.
Like they were blindsided,
I was
yabona.
about to say hypnotize.
Mamela ke ithi ngimtsheleni yabona njengoba sila kule panel. Ne? Ngiyangibona siphelele kanje. We are sharing our views and all that. Sikadiwe njengoba sila.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are still doing the spiritual work. Sikude kabi nokuceda futhi.
Yeah, ish.
But
asikakafiki ukuthi singaze sithi
akufanele
manje
i-patient
siyolwa
yethu ibukeke engathi si-weak.
Yeah.
cha
Kufanele ibonakale
sengitshela khaba
ukuthi
kugwala kukhalwa lalela
sesikhathele.
yizwa ukhathele yes but by the time you attack kumele ube sowenze ubheke konke ukuthi okay if this happens this is plan B. If plan B doesn't work then we go to plan C. Manje mawuya ngoba ukwatile uzolimala.
Okay, but
Mabekudubula uzolwa ngani ushilo 7 mabendubula nizolwa ngani because at the
how
end of
did
the
we do
day
it when they came the first time with their guns?
but still they won. So we
No,
need
they
to have plan B.
didn't.
We need to
I
have plan
think
B
as
and
much
plan
as
C.
as much as singesilwe nabo, I think it's evidence ukuthi khona ama-instruments abekiwe la esiwabonayo thina ukuthi iwona asetshenziswa ukugqilaza abantu abamnyama.
Bayicala
Siyawabona.
spiritually.
Guys, please
So
remember
if we
these people
win
who
the
don't
spiritual
understand
war
also.
first,
lelo ketanga elilodwa.
Remember that we have people who don't understand isiZulu. We have a diverse
yes.
audience, so
Okay, listen, you need to understand. You might see it as if we are not doing anything. Mhlambe umsebenzi wethu awubonakali. You are doing something. It's just that when ufuna ubonakale manje ngalesikhathi leso, no, you need to be patient. Patience is going to work for us. Some of us are doing the groundwork. We've been doing the spiritual work for a long time. Some of us siyazi ukuthi siyalandelwa. Some of us siyazi ukuthi sigadiwe. You understand? But we are doing the work sithulile.
okay.
Because when the
No
time
patience
comes,
loyo okhuluma ngaye. That very patience that you speak of. It's the same patience that they sell to black people and say
Thank
we are
you.
fixing
Akhulumi
issues.
ngepatience
Sizolibhedela
asikhulumi
kancane.
ngokubekezela.
Kuyabheda. Asilungi manje kancane sisazama ukulungisa. Kunenkinga.
We
Fanele
strategize
yima
even
silungisa inkinga
within,
kuqala. Yima sithethe lungisa lana khona ngokulunga kodwa imani kancane. Bekezelani net kancane. Yima
Hayi
kancane.
ukubekezela lokho ukuthi thula. Bekezela
Abantu
usebenza.
bafa.
Fighting for Jesus.
Abantu bayafa.
Right.
Bekezela
dying.
usebenza.
Let me say
People
something.
are dying.
Singasho
They said
sibekezela
people should
kodwa
wait after
iBhayibheli
elections.
lingasha.
What
Okay, wait.
Asikhulumi
One at a time,
ngeChristianity
one
la
at a
sikho
time.
eBhayibhelini. Asikho
guys.
eBhayibhelini. All I'm saying is that if you are going to attack, you need to have plan A, you need to have plan B. If plan
Do
B doesn't work,
you
you need to have
Ma
plan
She,
C.
can I ask you a question, Ernest?
Lana.
Handsome,
Yes.
kalungena emlomeni masinyane. Sorry ngiyaxolisa mntana sekhaya.
English, please.
Yes.
Well, she, so sorry. She,
Okay.
Alice, do you say you've been doing the spiritual work for years?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
And
Yes.
for years you've been doing all this work. Now, mind you still don't trust the ancestors that you're following.
I'm seeing the results right now.
You see the
I'm
results
seeing
of
the
we are
results.
doing too.
Even
So
though they are
do you
not,
trust you didn't answer my question. My question is, do you not trust the ancestors that you've been
I
doing this
trust
work
them.
with? Then why are you scared?
I trust them enough
Then
for
why
me
are
not
you
to
scared?
get shot.
Why do you not believe that
I'm not gonna go there and get myself killed. Who's gonna finish off the work if I get killed?
You're not
Let
the
me-
only
Sorry,
you're not the
sorry.
only one
If-
fighting?
Let me
Yes,
ask.
that's the
You're not the
thing.
only
That's
one
what I'm
fighting.
saying. Let us do
Alice, say, you know what? Say it clearly, because I'm sensing the energy that I'm getting off of you. It's the same energy that I got of Sovereign. You're afraid, Ugufa, Sabu Gufa.
No.
That's it.
You
Why-
just
why
No,
do you
you don't
have-
understand.
That's it.
Let me ask.
you just
Let
said
me ask.
it.
That's it.
No.
Alice.
But
Alice.
if you go and get yourself unalived, who's gonna continue working? You need to
Everybody
have
else.
strategy.
Why
Strategy.
do we not understand the fact? Why do we? For me, this is awareness. Awareness is when you die enough to know you're alive. So if
Ish.
you're afraid of death,
Yes.
if you're afraid of death, it means then you have not died enough to know the pain of death for you to even explain the trauma that happened. We have died enough. Like we are speaking from an ancestral mouth. We are not even speaking from us. We are not speaking from us. This is, and even when I say this is beyond a physical gun, if it's a physical gun, even in your whole awareness, like the more kind you become and aware of this world, you'll be polite. But if
Yeah.
it's crossed, it's a red line. You're ready to kill in any point. Like there's no two
Unalive,
lines
Captain.
about it. Yeah, sorry, to unalive. Like for us to unalive, it's a step, but we have evolved enough to know it is not the way to solve the problem. We have evolved
Then I'm
enough to
asking,
understand.
with the spiritual work, do you think we are where we want to be?
Yes,
What
We
have,
we
the
are.
are
point
you
where
sure?
Yes, I am.
yes,
Yes.
Exactly
the
where I need
point
to
Okay,
be.
can I
where the
please
point where
please can
death
I
is
please
not is not a point where you stop to become what you're supposed to become, because a lot of time we are threatened by death not to become what we are supposed. Peace, truth, and reconciliation, those are just things used to sanitize and make us be calm. And then we are how is it
pacify?
called? Yeah, pacify and make us not react or not do anything. We are beyond that. We are not peaceful people. We are not humble people. We are not kind people. That is an action installed for us to be
We are not
abused.
the bigger person.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are
Can I
not.
come in here?
Yes, Venus,
Can I
thank you.
just come in here? Thanks everybody. I just have 2 points. To the rushing in, I agree with She Alice because she's saying that there needs to be a strategy. And I also want to remind us of a video, Butlali, that you stitched a while ago by Justin Scott, where he explains how revolution is a part of the plan, that colonizers have planned for people to be unhappy and revolt and take to the streets and choose violence and all of these things. They plan for it. That's why the French Revolution happened and we still, and all of these revolutions happened, but we're still not free, right? That's how it happens. They plan for it. So there must be thought behind the guns. And I'm not against arms. I want to also put that out there. I'm not against abantu abamnyama teaching themselves, training themselves, and acquiring arms, right? I'm not against that. But what I'm saying is, and that must be a defensive force, not an attacking force, right? Because as people have mentioned, the spiritual warfare is the underlying thing here because it's a timeline shift, guys. This is not just any other revolution. It's an evolution of Abandu. Like when we win in the physical, the world and how people live in the world is going to be different. It's going to be different. Do you understand? If you can even picture a world where matriarchy is thriving over patriarchy, now you're starting to stretch your brain to where we're going. Do you get what I mean? And I know Sovereign has made videos on Indlu of Gods. I know Sovereign knows this thing. You know what I mean? So it's important to have both working together. Get the arms, prepare the soldiers, because there are people who came into this life because they came to fight. They came to be warriors. They came to defend. But then there's a lot of us who came for the spiritual warfare. You get what I mean? There's a lot of us who came for the intellectual warfare, who came for the rebuilding, who came for the teaching of the children, who came for all these different things that society needs to rebuild itself. So we need all of these things. But as She Alice says, we need a plan. We need a plan. And the plan has to start with shifting how we are thinking as abantu abamnyama. That's why it has to happen both
Can I
ways.
speak, Z? Can I speak?
Thanks.
Okay.
Venus, I thank you for putting it all together. So now what we need to understand is that the shift is happening right now. There is no plan that we can make. We have to be creative because we have been trying to plan. We've been doing the work. The planning, the organizing is happening in places that we don't see. Ancestors are doing things on our behalf. For us to even congregate like this is because they probably planned for, people to just randomly see my live and join in and realize, oh, this is the conversation we're having. From there, we have to be like the jazz people. Improvise. You have to learn to move on the go. Planning does not always give you the strategy that you need, because then that means you don't have the capability to be flexible, because there's unknowns that you will always have to deal with. There will always be unknowns. You have to be creative. You have to improvise. This is why working with the land works, because nature is always chaos. Nature is not rigid. Mother Nature has no way to be able to tell you straight what she's going to do. She's chaos. It's natural disaster after natural disaster. Do you guys know how to live through natural disaster after natural disaster? We are now talking about rebuilding, but we don't know what nature is already doing to cleanse herself of all of this. This is why I say burn the stuff down. because nature's gonna do it whether we like it or not. She's just gonna do it. It's happening right now. Wildfires were happening in the United States. Floods are happening every single year in South Africa. We have to prepare for climate change for a reason, because she's getting rid of it whether we like it or not.
So we need to be able to build. We need to focus on being able to build, because
And I
nature
think,
is definitely
you know what the
doing
thing
its
is, right?
part.
And I think someone said, I think it was Captain that said, it's about awareness. I think, Mina, the point, my operating software is that we need to have a collective understanding of what happened, which requires that we have a memory. We need to remember what happened, and we need to to ensure that the way that this thing is told to future generations, it is the way that it happened. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
that's where the point that I'm coming from, Uguti, when I was talking about how Nembeza and all of those things were being built, it needs to be something that will account to itself, that will adjust to the environment, that will be something that cannot be tainted by capitalism, by any of those things, right? And the nice thing is, it's very easy to build the infrastructure for those things, right? So I think that's why I'm so brazen about us moving forward, and whatever needs to happen will happen. And
Yeah.
because I have faith in what I believe that my ancestors have surrounded me, and I'm not moving alone. I'm moving with them, because that's how I get to a point where I meet someone Jengo Bushali. I never thought that I would ever meet a human being who can speak the language of what I built, the way how fluent Bushali is with it. So that gives me more resolve. It's okay. It's not me just that sees what's going on. You understand? So therefore, when it comes to me, I don't even see the limitations that come with the system. I don't even find it as a limit, because I come from a mindset. My mindset is that we live in an abundant society. It's abundant. The money is everywhere. If you want it, as much as you want, you will get it. Econ. You just need to be aligned in your actions, be aligned in your collaboration, so that the sanctity of what you're building here, the sacredness, so that whatever is propelling it from underneath is propelling it with the intention that is already it's initially garnered by, it's protected by that thing, so that when we leave, when I die, or if in the instance that I'm meant to have children, I have my children, I'll leave them in a world that is better than what I found it. I'll say that that's my part, because I'm a millennial. I'm standing in between. I was there for the apartheid. I'm here for the post-apartheid. It's not working. It's not working. So we cannot say, oh no, bahamba, bahamba. No, it's not working. Mentally speaking, when I engage in a conversation and I say, look at where you are. Do you believe that this is fair for you? Yeah, but you'll never be like a white person. Why? Why? Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's gonna be it has to come from a place where we have an inherent understanding that my personhood, despite my melanin, does not depreciate because of the presence of it. It's the same thing. Especially, it makes me more wealthier because I am from the land that has the receipts that have filled up the bank sheet, the bank balances of the entire first world countries. Africa is the one with the receipts. It's all of our wealth that is extracted here that makes those people rich. And for them to be able to maintain the wealth, they tell you not to pursue it, but they extract it from you. And they expect you to sit here and say, the scraps that I have are enough, because if I stand up and fight, I'll die.
Strategy. No.
May
You
I
have
come
the
in?
power right now. You have it right now.
I think we haven't addressed what Alice has said in terms of weapon. Alice, we are not fighting. Basically, what we're doing, we're reclaiming what is ours. We are reclaiming our own
Yes.
identities. That's why we're against the guns.
Do you
We're
think they'll give
rebuking
it
the
up
whole
easily?
systems.
May
So
I
for
please
you
come
to
in?
come and tell us to be patient when we are trying to
Look,
reclaim ourselves
Alice,
and our land,
I think
it's a
But do
biblical
what
you
they're
think
talking
will
about
it
with
be
the
easy
fear
Wait, can
is
though?
Handsome
also
speak,
it's
guys?
like,
Can Handsome
oh,
finish, please? Handsome, can you finish?
So the patient that you speak of, it's a biblical notion, which we still are saying we are still against. So we cannot be patient when we are trying to reclaim ourselves. We're not fighting anyone. Z is finding herself. I'm finding myself outside the structures of colonization, outside the structures of poverty. No, I'm not carrying a gun going to a building. No. So the warfare is not
Actually,
there. Each and
Okay.
everyone is going to be sitting
before.
at their household, returning to themselves, learning their own languages and power. There's no war.
Okay, can I say something before anyone speaks? I'm gonna use my life as an example. Everybody saw my journey with being admitted to a mental institution. None of those people in the upper management, none of them came to confront me directly. I made video after video after video after video. I'm at home now, I'm chilling, I'm on live with you guys. They didn't come to me directly, no lawsuit, no arrest. I expected direct confrontation. None of them came. The hospital treated me nicely. They told me to to rest and whatnot. The nurses were looking after me. All of them were being nice to me. I was a star there. They kept telling me, "Oh, ninemali ekhaya, what." I did that, all of that, under their noses, reclaimed my identity, and left their hospital without a scratch whatsoever. And I didn't have to change who I am. I didn't have to weaponize anything against them. I didn't have to do anything. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be as easy on a collective level, but I'm saying you have to be unpredictable. The more that you keep asking yourself, what do we do when they do this? Well, then you are already playing into their game. You are on their chessboard. You are playing their game. Play
But
your own
Bushale, you
game.
cannot go to war without a strategy. You
Play your
cannot.
own game. You are playing
You
their game.
cannot go
Play
to
your
war
own
without
game.
strategy.
Your strategy is to play your own game. When you play their game, saying we need their weapons, we need their guns, you are doing through their channels that are gonna give them the money. Still, you want money from who? Because you're gonna give them money to get their weapons. You're gonna need to buy minerals from them. You're gonna need to buy. They're gonna need to keep extracting from you
Yes,
to get those minerals.
because
You
that's the only way
understand?
they
That's the
exist.
problem
Yeah.
we have. You need more weapons. It's gonna come back to you. They're gonna keep extracting from you. You want money from who? They are taking it from you. That's why we say, what are we gonna do with guns? Because they keep extracting from us. They're taking our minerals to make the guns that we're gonna use to fight them for the thing that we are fighting to begin with to stop. Yo, because you see,
Mina ngivumelana nani nonke la, by the way. I love this topic. Ngivumelana nani nonke. Mina uvo lwami bengithi nje. Yes, we are doing the work. We are awake. We are talking, but strategy. Because
we
you
won't be
cannot
able to
go
strategize
to
because
war
we are
Yeah.
without
supposed to be
strategy.
decentralized. We are supposed to be decentralized. Every time we try to centralize, they say, oh, here's the main target. We can target them at once. Decentralization means people are going to be in different places where they can't target, and it makes us unpredictable. One comes up here. It's like that game with the mole. One comes up here, they try to beat that one, another one comes up there, another one comes up there. And that's how you win this thing, by being decentralized. This is what Justin Scott also said. You cannot win this by centralizing, because they will always use that target and subsume you and then write you into the history books as a loser. They will make you a loser.
And
You have
she
to be
honest,
decentralized.
it's very disingenuous for you to say we don't have a strategy when we've been
No, I'm
telling
not
you
saying you don't,
we are
but I'm saying
rebuking the whole
is when
system.
we do it, we need to make sure. You know, when you go
We
to
can't.
into
We
a,
will never be able
we
to
have
do
to,
that.
we have to, we
can't.
can't
Okay,
lose this
okay.
time. We
Wait,
have
wait a
to.
minute. Wait, I have a question for Alice. Alice, did you see what General Mkhonazi did? Like when he
Yes,
was, you saw
yes,
that, right? What did you
yes.
think his plan is? What do you think his plan is?
His plan, I believe that he was brave enough because he knew that if he didn't go forward, something was going to happen to him. So
Do you
his
think?
plan was go public or I'll be silenced.
Okay, do you think that the idea that he might be unalived is gone now that he's done that?
No.
So, Manje, what exactly is the difference between that and this?
Okay, listen. Athi ngibeka nje.
After
Angithi nangu
Alice
Buhlale.
speaks, nature
Here's
wants to
Buhlale.
talk.
Here's
After Alice
Buhlale, right?
speaks, nature wants to
Buhlale
talk.
is gifted in a certain way, right? Uyawazi ukuthi strong kuphi. I know myself. Asithi manje we are planning this thing. We say, okay, we go. I know I'm not gonna go do the groundwork. I know I'm good with remote viewing. I know how to do 1, 2, 3. You understand? That's the kind of strategy that I'm talking about. We cannot all go, yes, we are doing this now. Sizolimala, guys.
Okay,
Can we
we're
just
back to Mkwanazi.
Sizolimala?
I'm going back to Mkwanazi again. What is the difference between Mkwanazi having said nothing and Mkwanazi having said, is the risk of him being unalived gone because he's done that?
No, it's not gone. But who is backing
okay,
Mkwanazi?
so wait.
Who is backing Mkwanazi? He did not go public without sitting down and calculating. Here's the thing.
But
He
the
did not
thing
just
is
do
on
it.
him. You understand that this thing is based on him. The target lies with him. The glue to the whole operation is him. Mkwanazi himself. You understand what I'm saying? That the real cost of this thing, if it were to hit for real, is if Pasusa Yena and Yena he stood in the firing line. And you know what he said? He said that he will meet them on the battlefield, meaning that he's already accepted the fate of whatever might happen. That's the place that he's operating from. He's already made peace with, even if I might make it out, I might not make it out. But Oksala, these people need to know what's going on. People need to know. And that's literally what we said here. That's literally the whole part of this whole thing, Guti. We will move because it has already started, because the ground has already ruptured, because we're standing at the threshold.
Guys, also,
You're seeing it happen in real time in small ways. You're seeing it with a person who's been doing corruption, who's been corrupt for years. Suddenly, that's a part of the system falling apart. This thing is not one thing, it's isolated. It happens in small pockets everywhere. But the level of awareness, we all don't have a general consensus of agreement of what we should all know. And that's where I'm coming from, where I say we need to remember. And once you remember and you have an idea of what happened to you, what happened to your people, you will sit and be compliant in it because you have the knowledge, because you are there, because you know. But the minute you know and you go back and you live your life that way, that's on you. But if you know what's really going on, you will never be able to act the same again. You will never be able not to act, and for it not to agitate, and not for it to not scratch your soul. That's where I'm coming from. So when we look at someone like Nhlanhla, Mkhwanazi, that's the same thing. It's the same as Ibrahim Traore. Ibrahim Traore, every other day there's an assassination attempt, but he's fighting the fight because it needs to happen.
But he planned before. He planned before.
But he has to improvise.
He planned.
He has to improvise, because how do you
Guys,
plan
nature
for
and
an
age of
assassin-
sun and nature haven't spoken, and they've been trying.
guys.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming. With these, even if you plan, you can't. How will you know where they'll strike?
Exactly.
How will you know where they'll strike? It's an
may-
assassination attempt. They get you where they think you're the weakest. 18, 20, 40, 50 times. But he's fighting the fight because he said, if I don't do it, it's not going to happen. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where we are. That's my point. I'm so sorry.
Later.
No problem. I appreciate your submission, Z. I would like to say that there is something that I've always grappled with as an African person, which is the idea that we don't want to draw on our knowledge systems. It may sound trivial to say that everything that is alive has the capability to be alive. The monkey knows how to take care of the monkey. The leopard knows how to take care of its cubs. The trees know what to do according to the seasons. We as Black people have been conditioned to believe that there is something that is lacking, or there is something that has been taken away from us. Someone's barbaric behavior, whether it is assault, whether it is oppression, is not a reflection of who you are and what you possess. There is nothing that another person can do or strip away from you that devalues you as a human.
Thank you.
Age of Sun might be able to shed some light on this, but there is a system in your body, which is the lymphatic system, which requires for you to move so that it can filtrate throughout your whole body. As African people, we do not need to sit down in boardrooms. We do not need to sit down and strategize about what it is that we need to do to solve this problem. Not because we do not have the capacity to come up with those ideas, but because essentially what is being done is you have lost your autonomy on a daily basis. Oppression is not something that happens on a day. It's not something that happens annually. It's not something that happens monthly. It is your very lived experience, which is entrenched behind the idea that you are in a position to be exploited and there are chains around you. These chains, we have now internalized them and started to believe that there is something that was lacking with our ancestors. There is something that is lacking now. The lymphatic system requires movement. Our liberation requires movement. The only place where we can see the true strength of our enemy is once we actually know who it is that we're going against. There are people that have grown up with whitey supremacy views without ever coming into contact with a white person. There are people in rural areas that will hail that these are the smartest people without ever coming into contact with them. The fear that we have as African people is not a predisposition we are born with. It is conditioned into us. And it will be the same way that we liberate our people, through conditioning them. It is not necessarily about saying that we are going to become martyrs, but it is about understanding that you exercising your autonomy is already autonomy. You don't have to get to a place where there is no one that's trying to fight you or
How
no one
much
that's going
planning do you
against
want
you.
to do? How
There
much
is no
planning do you
planning
want to
that you
do?
need
You need to
to learn that
act
you're sovereign.
on the
There is
go.
nothing that will tell you that you're sovereign, not a law, not a person, not a system. And it is these very same things that make us say that we need to strategize because we believe that someone's genius has come up with this oppression. It is not
Yeah.
their genius. It is
Yeah.
not their genius. It is
Yeah.
regressive notions that have worked on the same system time and time again. And that is why capitalism eats itself, because it is regressive. And everyone that thinks that you can plan out of regressive notions is going to use regressive systems. You have to
Oh my
dismantle
gosh.
them. You have to dismantle them. And all that is left will be what we are working with. Because we do not think that Africans had something substantial to work with before them, that is why we might reject the possibility of a future that does not have the system ruling us.
Yes. Yes. And we
God.
created
Oh my.
No, thank you
civilization.
for that submission nature. No,
Absolutely.
I wanted to say earlier, I wanted to share light on the fear of um, that Alice and Sovereign were talking about. I was like, that also in itself is the underestimation of the human ego, because as much as we say that our lives will be at risk, no one actually wants to die. Everyone wants to fight from the death. And we're saying, as Zia said from earlier, that Mkwanazen is operating from a place where you have accepted that your life, your very own thing that you hold, you're putting at stake. There's nothing you can ever lose, because even it's impossible for just the
Wait,
body
sorry,
in
Age of
itself
Sun.
to not fight.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Someone said Sandile M wants to join. I don't know who that is. Is there anyone who's willing to sacrifice so that
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've already spoken to someone about dropping.
Yeah.
I
It was
can drop.
nice
I can
chatting,
drop as
guys.
well.
It's been nice to connect.
okay, I'm letting
Okay,
everyone who
guys.
wants to yeah,
I'll, I'll yes, I'll step down. But my last word is we are still fighting the spiritual war. Let us not forget. I love you all. I respect all your views. Let's keep fighting.
We love you
Bye.
too, Alice. Bye, babe. Bye bye.
Don't go to church, Alice.
Hayi angifuni kabi isonto.
nature, are you
Mina
going off?
isonto baba yini.
I'll also, I'll also,
Nature's going on.
yeah, but I'll say, yeah, just know the spirit is moving north, east, west, and south, and
Can
let's keep
whoever
moving.
please give me the handle of who wanted to join? Causing and Key, can you please give me the handle so I know who it is? Nature, we need you on the panel. You can't leave.
But then nature
you
I
leaves.
was even saying I'll go and nature will stay.
Nature, please request. We need you on the panel. Okay. I just want to check through the comments because there's a lot of people requesting now. Okay. So who did you say this person is? Okay. Who was talking? You guys can talk and continue. I'll just handle the inviting and everything.
I'm waiting for whoever wants to come in to come in. I'm gonna have to go. My mom is about to come back. This lady.
Oh, okay. I think, Handsome, did you say anything?
It was Age of Sun that was talking at the time when
Yeah, it was me.
Age of
Yeah.
Sun, my bad. You can
I was
continue.
just saying that. No, I was just saying that it will be hard for us not to fight because our body would not even let us not to fight. So it's like the thing of us having arms and things is just reactionary because it only plays into their way of
Yes.
warfare and the ways of thinking. If we are not ready to just put our lives at stake, it's like we'll have a lot more to lose. That's why you're scared of a revolt because there's something to lose. But the fact that you've reached a point where you can say, "Yeah, I'm ready to fight," then there's nothing you can lose, and you have a higher chances of winning because you're gonna fight till the death, and you're gonna pass it on to your future generation. So it's like whatever happens, the war will be won.
My thing is, okay, I want us to now start this conversation from a place of understanding that we have specific action points that we want to take part in. We don't want to just make this a conversation. It has to move with us so that we keep thinking about it. And then if I congregate again, I say, what did you guys do this week? Or what did you guys do since the last time? You have actionable steps. I quit school, or I did this at school. I organized the session with people at school. We're going to do this and that. There's so many problems that are happening that need to be fixed that we can actually make, incentives to work towards fixing instead of just, having the dialogues on TikTok lives. I don't do TikTok lives for a reason because I don't like the dialogue chats. Me, I will go and do what I need to do. So I'm going to go and do what I need to do with people that are going to listen or people that want to act. We need to be able to act on the move. We're talking, this is our strategizing, and then now we act. We can do both at the same time. You see, this is why we don't want people to tell us just to plan. We can do both at the same time. We can do so much at the same time, and we can do it decentralized. If we want to act in one body, they're going to find the body, they're going to attack it at once, and if they can't kill that body, they're going to take it and consume it and then make it as if they were on the same side or they were listening to that revolutionary action or whatever the whole time. No, we need to act from where we are with our own individual consciousnesses, with our own creativity, knowing that each of us has been divinely guided by our ancestors, by whoever it is, by God, whatever you believe in, to do the right action. Because it's either you choose to comply and be complicit or you change something. That's all you have right now. That's the only choice that you have.
There's something you said about mental health institution, which is oftenly presented as a solution. There's no fixing that you will get from a pill. There's what if I give you a pill and say this shall fix your broken mind, that is also, do remember, that is also part of the same system that controls and
Exactly.
suppresses you. So medicinal or medication that is provided to you necessarily numbs the pain without healing the trauma.
Exactly.
So you can dull your whole spirit and cloud the mind, but you create the dependence on the medication that is now turning you into this passive person, and you feel within the system.
This goes back to what you were saying about knowing yourself. Some people are afraid to confront the fact that they can't handle what they would become without the lies. Because when you go through a mental health crisis, you don't conform. So now they use the pills to let you get to a state where you can comply again. People aren't
Exactly.
ready to confront the fact that they
Medication
don't
just
want
becomes
to.
a way for you to silence the suffering instead of you
Exactly.
Dealing with it.
addressing
Yes. Yeah.
addressing the real causes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because you need to go into the shadow. You have to go into the shadow. Like you have to
Exactly.
go into the shadow and come out the other side, whether you will thrive on the other side or not, but you need to go into it because it exists. The polarity of humanity is there for a reason. And I think
Exactly.
of going into the shadow, you'll come out on the other side, whether depending on if you are open to evolving and going up. And I don't know how to, I don't have the language for it, but if you're open
Ascending.
to growing and ascending, then you'll come out on the other side and you'll see that this is not working. You'll see it's not working. You understand what I'm saying? And then
Yeah,
you will not be
yeah.
able to live the way you lived before. I don't know how to interact with the world the way I interacted with the world before. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? I don't know how to. It's the same as my attention span. Just watching the news or watching politics and
Mm-hmm.
don't. It's like a video game to me, like a show that I'm watching for entertainment at this point. Because I
And
understand it's just a game. This is not
yeah,
real. It isn't
yeah.
real.
And the thing is, I want for us to now understand which people we're really speaking to when we're talking amongst ourselves, when we want to talk about who's complicit. It's people who work for these institutions as well. That's why I said, if you are serious, quit your job, quit school, stop going to like work, stop paying your bills, stop buying clothes from the factories or from the shops, stop buying from like stop sustaining the machine. That's what I'm saying, because you can say as an individual, okay, I'm quitting my job and I'm gonna be homeless or I'm gonna do whatever. But there's people that are going to that expect to go back to work the next day. They think about food, they think about this.
Z,
Why don't we just take the food from the shops? They
Yeah.
won't arrest all of us at once.
it
Like
won't happen
Can
Charlie,
I?
I
today.
think
You
the
know,
problem is fear.
I'm a living proof
fear.
of that. We are still
It is fear.
fighting for the abolishment of an act, which is the Witchcraft Suppression Act of 1957,
Yeah, man.
Yes.
where we are still fighting and saying healing goes beyond appeal.
Yeah.
Where we can't, as professionals, we can't help you, and we see exactly how to help you, but we are told to prescribe a pill to you.
Mm.
And another problem is people like live in fear. The minute you say stop going to school, stop going to work, that's where like
But
everyone
what are
is
we
like
gonna
a panic mode.
eat?
What am I gonna eat?
Yeah.
Instead of like having a mindset of okay, how do I replace this with that? Like
Yes.
if you go on a
Yes.
plant based or you are vegetarian and whatnot, there will be no need for you to worry about going to Woolworths to buy that meat or what. And you'll gradually go into the lifestyle, to get to a point where you are
People don't
comfortable
know that
enough.
there are people who choose homelessness. There are people who choose to be homeless because they don't want to rely on the system. They're not afraid to just be like living under whatever it is, a tent or whatever, because they don't want a house, because they don't want to pay these bills, they don't want a job. There are people that choose this stuff because they are not complying, and the system wants
Exactly.
you to think that they are poor or they are punished by the system. No, they don't want to, and they are freer than you, who is going to a job, who is basically a slave.
Yeah, I
Night and
would say
day.
that also what Z said about the going to the shadow, right? The internal work, the individual stuff is what's going to get us to the other side and what's going to
Yes,
get us the freedom, because our biggest problem as abantu abamnyama is the lack of unity, and it has been
yes,
systemically put that we don't have. I mean, down to us having like 12 official languages, down to us, the tribalism that they've rooted in our parents, in our grandparents, so the plan to avoid Black unity by all costs has succeeded. And because of that, that's why we have to be creative. And that's why we have to immobilize and render the system useless, like Justin Scott said.
exactly.
And the only way to do that is to do what Bukhali is saying, right? But we're also not going to ask people to unrealistic, because there's people who have dependents, like
Yeah,
I
yeah,
quit my job
children.
because Spirit said it's time for you to get the hell out of the system. I quit my job after 4 years with no plan other than the fact that I have my talents and I know how I can somehow monetize my talents, but it's also because I had the support to be able to do so, You get what I mean? I could leave my job because my brother could support me and help me out. My mom could. So it's about looking at all these things, but I literally was suffocated. I had to leave. And small things like supporting black businesses and paying attention to things like that. Don't go and buy things for convenience.
Yes.
Like if you know that kunomuntu othengisa banana, go and support umama othengisa banana ekhoneni. Guys, people elokishini, you're actually so much more blessed in terms of finding fresh fruit and vegetables than abantu in suburbs. We are dying in the suburbs. There's no fresh vegetables. There's no fresh fruit. Abantu elokishini kunabantu abaningi in the corners, sitting selling fruit and vegetables. We don't have that in the suburbs. So instead of going and doing your bulk shopping at Macro or at ShopRite or at whatever, go instead every month or every week, support the local businesses. Buy your clothes from Abu Bukhali who are knitting. Buy your clothes from people who are like who work with material. Do everything you can. Buy your toothpaste, your soap. Learn how to make your own soap if you need to. Stop buying from these things, and that small change, you will see the ripple effect. Because if we all individually move away from depending on the system for anything, that is when we render the system, irrelevant. And that is winning the revolution. That is winning freedom.
Can I jump in here, because I can see there's no pattern of how people talk, so I just have to jump in. I'm hearing all of you, right? This makes sense at some other level. However, moving away from the system, there has to be another system that will embody the ideas or the plans that you might have to destabilize this system that you are talking about. First and foremost, you have to feed those people, number one. There has to be a farm ready and people ready to work in it, number one. Number two, if you are going to teach people how to combat, or rather to defend themselves.
I have to go. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, before you go,
Thank you so much.
No, not yet, Z. Wait. You were part of this this topic, so these are questions for you guys. So you have to have a system that will operate so to feed those that will move away from this system. And official just told us right now that when she quit her job because of her brother and I think your mother were there to sustain you so that you can able to monetize based on your talents. So someone had to have some sort of financial backing for you to be sustained. And I'm thinking maybe those people work, I don't know, I'm assuming. So someone has to be within the system for you to survive and get your feet planted in the soil so that you can move. So now, and I heard nature saying that we don't have to plan. You are talking about a system that has been planned for centuries. The plan has been planning ever since the beginning of time, or from the existence that we can remember. There was a system, and it grew and it grew, and it is what it is today. At some parts, it's really absolutely bad. At some parts, it's good. So now, my question is, how do you then move a people away from this system that seems like it's not good to a new, or rather the old way of doing things, without actually running people into poverty? And
I have an answer.
And moving them from their family units and all these other things that will come with the ripple effect.
I have an answer. So this is the reason why who's this? Venus was saying that we are moving away from, we have to now be able to imagine a world where patriarchy doesn't rule. We are in a time where we have to trust our intuition more than we ever have before. This is why nature speaks about your body as well. You need to trust the movements that you are being guided to do by the forces higher than you. You are not a human that controls every single decision and action that you make. Matriarchy is based on femininity, but if you don't want to use these labels, it's fine. Trusting your body, trusting your intuition, it means that you understand that your body picks up on signals and sensations and stimuli that are around you that you don't always have the conscious awareness of. This is where your ancestors come in. This is where God comes in. This is where Jesus, whoever comes in to guide actions and decisions that you make. For us to have landed on this live is not a coincidence. Me, I don't believe in coincidences. I did this with Z for something else and it became bigger because we knew that it is much bigger than just what we thought it was to begin with. Many people are feeling the exact same energy right now. It needs to be articulated and moved through, and that can only happen through intuitional movement. There's no way we can plan for every single thing because that's what perfectionism is. We are not perfect. We cannot control every decision. We should stop being afraid of the unknown. You cannot plan for everything. They will kill us regardless, unalive. They will unalive us regardless. They are doing it right now. They have been doing it for centuries. We need to act from the basis of understanding that we have knowledge systems within our bodies. More than just theories, more than just strategies, more than just planning. Our bodies teach us things. When you are hungry, you know what you want to eat. You don't just eat anything for a reason. Your body has a specific imprint in its DNA for what it wants you to eat. You are coded in a specific way to be a person that makes certain decisions that are out of your control. You didn't choose to be born. You didn't choose your DNA. You chose nothing about your reality. This is the alternative system, embodied living. Embodied living.
Can I just add to that? I think we need to go back. We need to go back to who we were. There was Ubuntu. Before anything, there was Ubuntu. I could share. I still share even now with
Exactly.
the people around me. It doesn't have to be my family. Even my neighbors, I still share with my neighbors. So it can
Without
still be that.
money.
I can still, yes, without money. And if we really truly look at it like this, the only thing we need, guys, is food, like you say. I won't say like what kind of food, but it's food and water.
We don't
That's
need
all we
shelter like that.
need.
Even
We
there's
don't
Can I,
need
tents.
cars. We don't
There's
need
hey guys,
electricity,
guys,
and
guys,
people were
guys,
living like that. And then
Can I talk?
whatever is going on right
um,
now, then was instilled in us. So why isn't how is it not possible to go back to who we were before?
I
If
think,
handsome
I
wants
think
we
to
don't
what's,
need
speak,
blood,
I
guys.
think
guys.
what you guys are missing, this is what you guys are missing, that not everyone is thinking like you guys are thinking.
That's not
But
our
that's
problem.
why we're
Let
having
me, yeah,
these conversations though, to say, guys, can we
wait,
tap into that? Can we think
Yeah.
yeah.
like that? Why can't we go back to
You,
that? Why are you guys like so stuck on fear to say, no, what if this, what if that? Why can't you just
it's
let it
not,
be? Let it
it's,
go. Let it go.
it's not stuck on fear, you know. People have built a life around the system.
That's
They are
fear.
part
That's
that,
fear.
But
Sorry.
okay, it's
actually
fine.
that's
Call
what
it,
the society.
can I say something before? You can call it fear, it's okay, no problem. However, you need to understand that people are accustomed to what they have now. And you are saying they should go back without you telling them where is this back. And when you say to someone, you need to be in touch with your intuition and how you feel and what your body says you must eat. And the things that you're talking about do not have taste. People are accustomed to taste. That's why restaurants are always packed. That's why people are addicted to sugar and all these other things. And for you to say, everyone go back to where we started from, people are going to revolt against you because
Five
this is
star.
Can I just
Can
add
we
to what
answer
Hello,
Esther,
you?
guys.
Esther
Can
Can we
said?
handsome
try
speak
something?
first, guys? Please, can handsome go?
Can I
Okay,
not be
okay.
Determine
disturbed
an
at this
order,
point?
Bushali, please determine an order.
Okay, handsome.
Yes.
Then I don't know how to say your name. Waiz. And then I am not, because I am not.
I
You
think
just
I think even nature wanted to be after me because we're
Yes.
trying to answer Five Star's question.
okay. Handsome, are you answering?
Yeah. Um, Five Star. We don't need to engineer or create a whole entire new system to replace the one that we live under concurrently. And the reason I say that because the system was built on stolen ideas, stolen land, stolen labor to maintain oppression. So instead, we need to reclaim and restore values first and structures. Once sustained, once we see our communities, once we see systems rooted in the culture, respect, and shared responsibilities, we will see colonization disrupted or erased. And then those reconnections with ancestrals or any traditions of how people revive themselves, you can then look at any ideologies that you might see how people have rebuilt their lives around that existing system. Because now you're saying a new system needs to be built to replace that one is not okay. Because an alternative idea would completely erase anything that a person is trying to rebuild. So the foundation must be first rooted in remembrance and restoration, so that true revelation can be found, not invented. So how Bonke remembers and how I remember, that's different. And then the rebuilding can then happen.
Thank you, handsome. Nature, they said you wanted to answer first. You can go first.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So I did want to say that one of the points that Five Star brought up was this idea of people need supplementation in terms of their daily needs, right? So like the idea that as a civilization we become dependent on large-scale commercial farmers. We've become dependent on pharmacies and become dependent on the system. There is no large-scale farmer that isn't using regressive and non-regenerative methods to meet the demands of supplying everyone. It's because the food that we're meant to be consuming is not meant to be produced at that scale. Now, the reason why it's not meant to be produced at that scale is because the people in, let's say, for example, in Western Cape should be eating a diet that is conducive to those people, right? But because now we have a situation of people in Mpumalanga trying to supply to the people in Western Cape, we now have these unnatural ways of growing food. So the GMOs that we speak about are actually a result of trying to control, actually not trying, but controlling people, right, through food. Now, Botlale made a very good example of the fact that your digestive system informs a lot about your mental health. It informs a lot about your genetic disposition. It can change your genes, right? It can actually change your epigenetic, or it's an epigenetic thing, right? So the idea that you're someone that's dependent on the mealie meal from a farmer in the Free State or Mpumalanga is false, right? Because the land that you're on produces something that you can eat. But because people are not able to produce their own food, we then have the justification for these commercial farmers. Give people their land back. Like try that. Before you say that people need these huge farmers, give them their land back and see if they're going to want to go buy a mango. Go see if they're going to want to buy wheat. Go see if they're going to want to buy milk, if they have the resources to produce all of these things. And so it's this position of lack that creates the necessity for this system, right? Because this is the thing, is that we can appreciate Venus's art and we can appreciate her gifts without us needing to exploit her for giving them to us. She can have everything that she needs and still have the desire to express herself through her art. But if she doesn't have other resources that allow for her to do this out of her own volition, she's going to be forced to produce her art, even in an exploitative capacity. The artists that we're producing as African people are not being exploited because they're all idiots. They're not being exploited because none of them know what they're doing. It's because they are taken in positions where they couldn't have done anything. They can't fight the conglomerates. We can't fight the huge commercial farmers. We can't fight the huge logistics companies. But it's the fact that they are necessitated by the fact that we lack. It's that very principle. They wouldn't be able to justify the prices they put on their food if we could produce our own food. And the food that we'll be able to produce is not going to be the same for everyone. And that in itself is going to be healthier for people because our diets now have been structured through food pyramids to consistently consume the food that they can produce on a mass scale. So it's not a matter of, is it possible to live outside of this system? It's about understanding that this system purely exists because of our exploitation.
Also, nature, sorry, before anyone else speaks, I want to add on to that. Nature does a lot of work that we don't know that is happening. Like it happens outside of us. In terms of farming, permaculture exists. Indigenous people did not farm the way that we farm right now. African people did not farm the way that we farm right now because we didn't farm. We let nature breathe. We let nature do her own thing. She provided us what was already there. We didn't have to farm. That was the problem. That's why they took the land from us and then forced us to go with their system. We didn't have to farm. The food was always there. The animals were always there. The water was always there. We let nature do her thing because we were in rhythm with her. So when I say we go back to intuitive living, it is to return to what nature does on her own. We cannot control nature. We cannot control how we are born, what we acclimate to in our bodies in terms of the climates that we are born with or into. We must live according to what nature does because she knows what she's doing. And that's what we knew too. She knows how to provide for us without us doing that much. We can just tend to the land. We can look after. We have controlled fires for a reason. We are able to kill off livestock when there's too much or too little or when they are diseased. We know how to do this stuff. We lived this life before. It is encoded in our DNA. We have to remember, like Handsome says, there's no alternative. It is going back to what we already knew because we didn't need all the stuff that the system wants us to do. I'm telling you, if you just look at some environments now, there are plants growing in places that you didn't expect. Plants grow through concrete for this reason. Nature cannot be stopped from rigidity. She will do what she needs to do to show that she's going to grow regardless. Plants grow through concrete for a reason. Anyways, I think who was next is
Hi.
Waiz. Oh, I don't know. Who is it?
No, Waiz was next. Yes, it was Waiz, and then I am not Mahe, and then I see Sophia joined as well. So I just wanted to just answer this question in case Waiz or anyone wants to go to another point. But 5-star, even your tastes, like this is where I just want you to take your thinking. Even the fact that you like to go to Tasha's, I understand, and eat pasta from Tasha's. That's where you drink cognacs or whatever, udlama prawns, all of these things, ne? What you're saying is it's an issue for people to step out of their comfort zones and the things that they've always known and always, have been taught or programmed to like. And what we're saying is that for the true liberation to happen, for true freedom to happen, you need to even understand, Uguti, even your tastes have been decided for you by plenile. Into yokuthi uthande ama they planned it for you to want to like caviar, to like prawns, to like whatever you like, designer bags, whatever it is. They planned it because it feeds the system. So the thing of going back that Poto, who was here, was saying is that we must also remember, guys, civilization was born out of the fact that people needed to survive in a certain geographical place. That's why people developed it. Our Okoko Betu, like ancient Kemetic ancestors, they they created things like geometry because of what nature was doing to the land. So they created a way of thinking through people's innate wisdom and intelligence from nature. Ukuthi, okay, when the soil shifts like this, kwenzeka so. You
Yes,
get what I
ma'am.
mean? And that's where geometry is born. That's where mathematics was born. Science was born. All of these things come from abantu abamnyama. It comes from us because we were placed on nature, in nature, and we had to find a way to live together harmoniously in nature and with nature. And people need to go back to that we need to see our environment, what it is, and create new things, new tastes, new everything. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Venus. Wais, you can go next. Thank you. Wais. Okay, I am not. You can go. Sorry, Wais, you're taking time. I am not my hair. Hello. Hi, Bokazi.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Do you want to
Hello.
answer the question that 5-star posed?
I do. I'll add to that, and as well as what Venus said. But first, I would like to just share a small, short testimony.
Okay.
I am from the diaspora. I live in Canada, first generation born. I am of Jamaican descent. However, my parents grew up in England. So they migrated to England when they were like 8 or 9 years old. And the reason why I'm giving you this backstory is because that just goes to show you the variety of cultures that I grew up in. And now my parents were divorced, and now my mother's married to a man from Ghana, and my father is married to a woman from Ethiopia. So again, to add to the mixing pot of cultures. And one thing that I can say based on culture, based on my testimony to you, Bathal, is that the season that you're in right now is ordained. Even though you come out here and you're so frustrated with the world because you feel like you're surrounded by imbeciles, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why you are so superior amongst imbeciles. It's to show you who you are. That's why I said in the chat that the revolution is internal. This is going back to 5-star, what he was saying. Yes, we can have a system in play to support what systems we are leaving behind, but again, they are internal. They are not based on what your neighbor or what society or any mirroring of what, once you've actually let go of the system, now it is time to build your own system within the system that you are in. This is a realistic revolution. It's not televised like they say. It's not something that you're going to see on TikTok. It's not like a group that you're going to find and you're going to join them to be supported. It's literally inside of you. And your journey is not going to look like her journey, because if it does, then you are now being systematic again. You have to literally divide yourself from everything that you know and everything that you've seen, and literally start to build your own grail. And God is there to piece the pieces together. So the situation that you're in, my beautiful sister, I was in at one point. And it wasn't, it wasn't for nothing. It was for a reason, and my own family put me there, my loved ones, people that brought me into this world. So understand that at the time, I was like, oh, these people are crazy. Fuck them, fuck this, fuck that, fuck everybody. But, and I feel that spirit still within you. but I'm just here to redirect you, girl, because your mission is way bigger than TikTok. It's way bigger than you think.
Thank
And it's
you.
not something that people are going to see. It's not something that you're going to even be able to vocalize, but it's going to be moving and it's going to be effective.
Thank you so much. I'm not my hair. Thank you. We need to have a conversation in the DMs. Please DM me. Please, please, please,
Absolutely,
please.
girl. Will do.
Okay. I think everyone. Oh, Sophia, we are Kudu.
Do you want to speak, Sophia?
Hi everyone,
Hello.
I'm from Kenya and I came across your live and I hopped in and I found a very important conversation going on. And I'm here for it and to add on anything. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I saw you requested to speak. I thought you wanted to say something.
Yeah. So can I, in the case that she doesn't want to speak, can I? So Nature said, we need to get the land back. Where are you getting the land back, and who is willing to give you the land back? And what are you willing? Can I?
Sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Okay, no problem. So who are you getting the land back, and what lands are you willing to go to retrieve this land back? Now, this means that you have to train people for combat. This is what I was talking about earlier. Or rather, you need to find a way to buy that land back. So it's one of the two. I know you get triggered, Butlale. I tend to do this to people. Anyway, so my point is, I am not saying this cannot be done, right? And this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that these are the things that most people are going to ask you. Like the rest of us in South Africa are going to ask you, Oguti, okay, we understand that you are saying that we should go back to what we were before. Do we leave phones behind? Do we leave Wi-Fi behind? Now, chances are, if we're doing that, this means after you have gathered all the soldiers that you need from the social media part of it, this means by the next year, I'm not saying this is going to happen like this, but I'm just thinking about it. This means that this might be the last time that I'm meeting you guys on the line. You guys are going to take your phones, dump them, take your Wi-Fi's and dump them so that you can go back to nature. Because there was a question that you posed, Butlali, when you said people have to quit their jobs. You said quit their jobs, schooling and all these other, yes, all these other things so that they can live outside of this system, stop feeding it, right? So now if that's the way to go, right? My question is, do you think people in South Africa are willing, and I'm not talking about the rest of the world, I don't know. I'm just asking here where I am experiencing life. Do you think people are ready to do that? So that's the second question from the first question, which is the land part. And number two, it's the do you think people are ready to do that? Number three, you need to remember something. Where there's dense a dense forest or something like that, or a jungle or whatever, ne? Finding food there is much easier than finding food, let's say, in northwest, which is Uppington, right? It's more like how do you call this? How do you name these things? There's a forest and then there's a what? Almost like a desert type of setup. So if people migrate and they land at a place that is like that, you have to have some sort of farming, because most of the fruits and veggies or whatever food that you may eat is left in the dense areas, and it's about kilometers away, and between you and that food would be animals that can kill you in an instant. So they had to start some sort of farming. It wasn't this magnitude farming style that we have today, that we now inject our food with these GMOs and all these other things. I understand that part. So that's my other question. And my last question would be,
Essay, Ingaka.
Yeah, I get it. There's about 9 people here, so I'm sure people can just share the questions. Because I'm just here. I'm not. Please hear me out. I am not saying this is not doable, right? I'm saying this is possible, but you have to have everyone on board, and you have to. And nature is also a system. You need to remember that part. Nature is a system that we find ourselves in, and then we correspond with it, right? So, okay, let me just end with those questions and then allow people to try to stretch.
Okay, I'm gonna go first. So the first question you asked about land and what lengths are we willing to go, right? Can you like maybe type the questions in the comments so that everybody can be clear? So because you asked a lot, but I just want to say something. Please just type the questions in
Okay,
the comments.
start with the land one.
So my idea is I want us to understand when we talk about nature being conscious. I'm sure many of us are at the level where we understand that nature is its own operating system, it's its own conscious entity and being. Nature doesn't do anything by coincidence. Think about things like pandemics. Sometimes cleansings happen like that, where people are just en masse. For what reason, we don't know. It's terrible, it's scary, but it happens like that. Science wants to explain it away in a way where it's because of a virus, it's because of what? Yes, that can be true, but that can also be a reason for the virus to have happened and spread this wide and far. When nature says we want the land back, and it has custodians like us who say we want the land back, nature is a conscious entity that knows who exactly is hoarding the resources and hoarding the land. Nature and the universe know exactly what everybody is doing at every point in time. So if there are people that are gripping onto control, nature can feel that. And if she decides, I'm done with you, she will be done with you. Nobody has control over that. When it's your time to go, it's your time to go, and nature is going to go, and it's not going to ask you for permission. That's what I'm saying. So when I say I want to get the land back, I already understand that nature is on my side, saying the enemy or the person that you're getting your land back from doesn't have the same provisions of protection that I will provide for you.
Sorry, Buntle, just to disturb you. Sorry. I got to ask this. You need to understand something. There are laws in South Africa.
You can't be talking about laws when we're talking about nature.
I need you to understand. Wait. You need to understand something. That listen. Please give me a chance. Give me a chance.
I'm not answering anymore.
Wait, give me a chance. I just want you to understand. I understand what you are saying, that nature will understand and know where things are and how it's going. Like, it understands what it needs to understand. Unfortunately, there are lands that govern all of these things. I mean, there are laws that govern all of these things. Now,
laws made by white people who don't understand nature.
It's fine. I understand. But my point is not about white people. My point here is that the same black person that is practicing this law and making sure that this law is existing in South Africa is the one that's going to arrest you. They are going to get, I'm telling you, you may not agree.
Okay, I have a question for you, 5 Star. Who are you advocating for?
I'm not.
Who are you advocating for? What is your advocation at this point? At this point in the conversation, what is your?
My advocacy is, I am willing to be a part of this movement, but my problem is that
but you have to understand. Let me wait, hold on. I just want to micromanage. I just want to micromanage because.
Can I answer?
Hold on a second, 5 Star. 5 Star. I just want to micromanage some of the things that you're saying because we get lost in what you're saying and we lose your questions. So I just want to address right away what your issue is right now. You said we have to centralize, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, if you guys are saying that we need to move to this way, I'm saying, what is the plan? And if you guys are saying
there is no plan, you have to revolutionize yourself. No, there's no finishing because we have to address your issues right away. There is no plan. You have to revolutionize yourself. You're not going to be added to a group other than this group chat. You have to centralize yourself. And the only way to do that, 5 Star, is to be in alignment with the divine, and he will give you your plan for your life, just like he gave Moses, Joseph, and everyone else.
If you say that, then we don't have to have these conversations then.
Hey, yeah,
No, these
sorry,
Part of
but
conversations
it.
are
we clearly are
enlightenment.
not talking the same thing. Then, if you don't
No,
understand where
guys,
we're
guys,
coming
no.
from,
It's not that I don't understand what's going on. I understand I'm saying to you, there are people that are going to ask these questions, right? I'm rather asking them because I'm on this live. It's questions that you have to make sense of. Like if you're saying that I have to revolutionize myself only, right? If that's
No,
what
but
you are
then you're
saying.
trivializing it. You're trivializing it by saying we should go into the jungle and take away our phones. You're not understanding the movement of this conversation itself. It has an energy on its own.
exactly.
And the goal is to enlighten people. It's not about taking away your phone and going to live in the jungle.
Exactly.
God is going to tell you your plan, your individual alignment, what you should be doing for your life within this same movement. Everybody's plan is going to be different. If we all go to the jungle and
Different.
throw away our phones, then what are we going to
Exactly.
do? Does that make
Thank
any
you.
sense? That's why you're bringing confusion into this conversation because you are not you're on the surface. You're not going deep into the root of what we are actually discussing.
You
Thank
see,
you,
this is
Nutmeg.
I
And if
think
I
this
can
is
add on it,
can I add something with what he's trying to maybe say? He's trying to perhaps find like a direction, like of some sort, as Black people, we want to get the land, we want to put down these systems, make our own systems, and that what are we going to do? What after that? Like, where's the direction as people?
It's
And
decentralized. There is no direction. It's not supposed to be in one direction for a reason. It's supposed to break out of the system entirely. All of
exactly.
this it has different parts of it for a reason. There's no way that we can centralize and say we're moving in one direction because every time that we've done that, people died. People were unalived every single time. So now, Spirit and the ancestors and God and whoever the higher power is says we have to individually change our mindsets. We have to individually revolutionize so that each of us breaks out in our own way so that the system can see that there's no singular entity to target. Because if it sees which direction you're moving in, they will know exactly your next move. You have to be unpredictable, which means you have to be decentralized. There's no logic to this. It won't be logical in any way. There's no planning. It has to be improvised. It has to be internal. It has to begin with a mindset shift, with internal shift, with embodiment,
yeah.
embodied practice. There's no direction that it will go. There cannot be a direction because every time we did that, we got targeted. This started way before 1652. This started way before all these dates that they tell us in history. This started way before. They hold on to our artifacts while we are planning. Do you see what's happening? They hold on to the land while we are planning. They hold on to the stuff while we are planning. While we are considering their laws, they hold on to it. They keep our power away from us. We are not going to ask them for permission. We are taking it.
I
It has
approve.
never worked when we used a direction and said, okay, this is what makes
host
sense.
And I
thank
definitely
you. Can I say this and leave? Butlale, thank you for allowing me the space. I think most people want me to bounce. Thank you for the opportunity
no,
because
please. You should
it was very important for me to ask questions because
yes, it
you
is
can't
very
speak about
important.
something that people don't understand. People have to
Yes.
understand. The reason I'm asking questions is because people
And we
want to
don't have
understand what
to
you're
agree
talking
or
about.
understand to have a
Yes,
conversation. It has to be a
We
yes.
have
conversation
an
either way.
understanding already about what this is. We're not debating here. This is not a debate. I gave people homework. I said, after this live, you're going to come back and tell me what you did because I'm
No,
going to have a live
Yes,
again.
no,
a
no problem,
conversation. And
Mona
of course,
Butlale.
This is
No
not a
conversation.
problem, Butlale.
debate.
Yeah.
I really understand, ne? I really understand what you are trying to do. But my point was, for those that don't understand what you are talking about, let me rather come here and ask questions
Why
so
are
that
you thinking on their behalf? They would have asked the questions
that's.
themselves.
But
They should
not
do
Okay,
everyone
that.
can
five
come
star,
out, Mos.
5 star, 5 star. I just want to add to that. This is going to help you to answer a lot of your questions, if you don't mind. Just a little bit more about my testimony. I decided that, okay, I got this awakening, in 2016. What did I wanted to do? I wanted to tell everybody. I wanted to recruit people. Like, hello, are you not
But
awake?
you couldn't.
Why are you still sleeping? Your first instinct is you want to recruit people. And then you go through mourning because you realize nobody's on that page because people are still hooked in the system, like Chin said. And at that point, you're going to self-destruct because you're trying to pull both worlds together, right? And let's say you do form a group, you're targeted, boom, you're done. So we've already gone through all of the different stages of what works and what doesn't work. So now what Bethel is doing with her platform is she's showing people that the system that you're in is individual. It starts with you. And you, 5-star, you have your own system. You have your own likes, your own dislikes. And when you get in alignment with the divine, he's going to say, okay, you want me? I'm going to show you. Take away this, put on that, put this in, put that in. Nobody's going to be able to understand if your neighbor was looking through your window and saying, what the heck is going on over there at 5-star's house? They're not going to be able to understand the revolution that you are in because it doesn't look like theirs. But you see, when you tap in, it is so structured, it is so micromanaged, it is so individual, it is so loud and clear that you cannot verbalize it to anyone. So to sit here and expect an answer to
And maybe
some of
to
these
add on
questions
it,
that you
as I
have
came
is
in, I
unrealistic.
found
Wait, Sophia,
someone
Sophia,
called.
please wait. Sophia, please wait. I'm not my hair. You can continue.
To expect answers for these questions is unrealistic expectations when you have not even opened the door to the divine to find out what is this revolution they speak of. This revolution that they speak of, 5-star, is a 5-star revolution. It has nothing to do with anyone on this panel. It has nothing to do with your past. It has nothing to do with the people that surround you, your boss, your colleagues, your family, your children, your loved ones, no one. It is within. It starts with you, and it's going to start with your diet. Then it's going to start with the places that you go. Then it's going to start with the conversations that you keep. Then it's going to start with the things that come out of your mouth. Your literal tool, your sword, the thing that carries you through this world. Then it's going to start with the places that you want to live. I don't want to live in this apartment anymore. I like to see green around me. Look at me. I'm from Canada, okay? And right now, I am migrating to Jamaica. How did that happen? I wasn't born in Jamaica. My parents were. But that happened because of my mindset. My mindset was changed. And now I'm geared and I am drawn and I am gravitating towards what the divine wants for this revolution. So if I can give you any advice, 5-star, it's to find your own revolution, and then you will be a part of the same revolution as Bethel, because you
Thank
are in
you.
the same focus. You are focused on yourself. You are the combat. The combat is within the mind. This fight, it doesn't have guns, it doesn't have weapons. It is so powerful, this fight, though. You have to be ready, and you're not going to see anybody there with you. You're going to be alone. So understand that the revolution that we speak of, it's major. Those combats, those soldiers, everything you're seeing in your mind, it's real, but it's within you. So once you start combating your little things, your bad habits, your bad language, your negative speaking, little micromanaging things, if you are in that lane where you are ascending to God, he is going to micromanage you there. You are not going to, sit in a boardroom and around a table and someone is going to give you instructions.
Thank you.
It is going to be one moment, one decision, one swallow at a time.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Sophia, you can go. Oof. Sophia.
Was the word, yeah. I am not my hair. That is very, very nice for you to elaborate. And to add on it, when I came in, there was honorable. Honorable said something about being awakened to remember who you are first. You cannot revolutionize the whole system that was rooted based on previous colonials just from arranging people like a group, calling people in a meeting, let's do this. You cannot do that. We have to do it inside. If I can quote the Bible, when David was dancing, people were so surprised. Yeah, the music not
Okay, we
do
can't hear
that if
you
you
a
are not
bit.
awakened. it will sound so bizarre, it will sound so crazy.
Thank you, Sophia. Is anybody else willing to say anything, make any comments, or should we move on to what the action is that we want to take?
Could I
What?
could I speak on something?
Yes, please, Nature. We love your insights.
So, one of the biggest issues that a lot of people are currently facing is this idea of hierarchy.
Yeah.
Whenever people are trying to think about what it is that we need to move forward, what it is that makes a successful family, what it is that makes a successful student, people always think of a hierarchy, right? They think of pouring down, they think of tapping into a place that is higher than the other person, whether it's perceived or it's actually a real thing. I think this is something that is very, very important, which is umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Is not individualism. It's about self-actualization so that you can respect and see other people as sovereign too. If you do not see yourself, you will not be able to humanize other people. And
Yes.
the idea that you consistently need someone above you is what basically fosters the environment for people to abuse that power. There are red flags that you will see in your relationships. There are red flags that you will see in the system. There are red flags that you will see in life every single day. But you will not be able to validate yourself enough to move away from them if you still have an inferiority complex.
Thank you.
So hierarchy is actually an intentional part of the system to be able to create an environment where abuse of power is possible. If you and I are on equal standing, anything that we do that is consensual is coming from respect and autonomy. It doesn't mean that there's a dynamic that can't exist. It just means that we are both agreeing to it. And it is that consensual part of life that the system seeks to strip us of. There are certain aspects of reality right now that we might actually like to preserve. And Five Star coming onto here, talking about we must go into the jungle, we must go and throw away these cell phones, is a disingenuous conversation.
Thank
Because
you.
the integration to the modern life that we live right now has been violent, but we have had to learn how to utilize the tools that are available to us. And we have been able to connect with each other and speak these things that we're speaking about while still holding the mantle of the people that are being exploited because of it. We can make the changes that we need to make by changing ourselves. We can't be people who are going to be self-destructive without purpose. We're going to destroy the system by not allowing it to exploit us. And the perception for other people that want to maintain that system will be that we are being self-destructive. Now, there's a difference. Is that you know what you're doing and you're disrupting the powers that are, in contrast to you harming yourself and not making an impact. So, Five Star, I don't think that you were here honestly and earnestly. I don't think that you actually had questions that needed to be asked. I think that you were here for your own agenda. And once you realize that people are not going to make this a safe space for you, because we already don't have safe spaces in society. So people must understand that this right here, guys, you need to be able to set boundaries. But that's why you also need to understand self-discovery. How you're gonna set boundaries, how you're gonna respect other people's boundaries if you don't know you have your boundaries yourself. And it is this hierarchy that seeks to take your ability to set these boundaries, whether it's family, whether it's spouses, whether it's friends, right? We need to understand the importance of people having the right to self-determination. So hierarchy, guys, is not beneficial for anyone. Anything that's natural will maintain itself until we come and disturb it.
Thank you,
Yes. Can I
Nature.
please? Sorry, I'm so ready for action. I'm so ready for action.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
can I just do my last comment and link it to like my action,
Yes.
maybe to start things. Guys, 5 Star represented a huge majority of people that have not yet awoken, right? They're not awake yet. And though what you're saying is absolutely true, I think it's important for us to always keep in mind that there will always be people like 5 Star, and that is not our job to kind of take them and, hey, this is what enlightenment is. That's not the job. There were many opportunities cosmically given for people to awaken, right? And hopefully if mother and father, Umveli Nqangi noNomkhubulwane, if the sun and moon say yes, there will be more opportunities for them to wake up. But that's not our job, right? And that's where I'm like, I totally see where you're coming from, but it's just the awareness that bakhona, and it just is an indication of the need to decolonize the mind as a first step every time. We can't speak about the land. We can't speak about sovereignty. We can't speak about any of this until we know who we are, just like Handsome said. And knowing who we are is understanding that we do not know our history, guys. As Black people in the entire diaspora, we do not know our history because it's been written by the victors of all this oppression. And this is my action. A book that I give to you to get, and you can get it online. If you need it, I can share it so people can get it. George James, Stolen Legacy. That is a fundamental book to decolonize your mind, because it is where he explains that the entire Western or European civilization came from philosophers, right? Greek philosophers and all of these people. And they were taught by our ancestors in the very first civilization that existed for at least 10,000 years before 10,000 years before any civilization was even thought of. So by the time European and Western civilization was a thing, we had already perfected and mastered civilization to the point where we were building with vibration and frequency. Do you understand? Our systems of irrigation, our way of being, right? As Black people, our history is so rich and unknown to us that until you're able to shift your mind to think that the concepts of maths and science and the way that we perceive reality actually come from Black people, you're never going to be able to decolonize enough to know that you can gain sovereignty and gain liberation through your own individual movements and your own individual decisions. Because once you recognize that you are God in the world, you are, right? And this is not a spiritual thing. This is just you are nature in the world. And there's a history behind our being in the world. And taking away that history is that. George James, Stolen Legacy, yes. It's the first step that I took to decolonizing my mind. And then I found other authors that informed his work. And I'm studying right now. In my 30s, I'm studying and decolonizing my own damn mind, because nobody is going to come up. No one has come up with a curriculum to say, here's how you're going to decolonize, and this is what you need to do, and this is what you need to read. We all need to do the work on our own, just like I Am Not My Hair said. It starts individually, and it really does start with what you eat, what you consume, what you spend your time on. It really starts there. So that is my action. I'm currently doing it, and I'm giving you the first step to do yours.
Thanks,
you,
Venus.
guys.
Everybody say thank you, Venus, for the recommendation.
Thank you, Miss E.
Venus. I want to say something. So I want to move this conversation so that it becomes more in the at least direction that we would want to see when it comes to action. I want people to start coming up with ideas of what do you want to see after these systems crumble. Let's talk about what we want to build. Let's stop talking about what they are going to do. Every time we focus on the enemy, we're feeding into the fact that they have enough power to defeat us. They don't. They never have. That's why we're still alive. Let's focus on what we're doing after this. Everybody come up with the ideas. What have you been thinking about? What do you want to see in your sphere of life? In your, it's either that's the homework or we're going to have the conversation now. Whoever has any...
I do have a suggestion.
Come on, let's go.
I have a suggestion. First, I just want to say the things that I would do in order to start making some moves, some action, like you were saying. And if I could give everyone some advice, it would be to stop poisoning yourself every day. Start with that. If you have any questions or any relatable concerns about where you're headed, start with what you put in your mouth. That is your
Yes.
first order of, if you need instruction, that is your first order, is to start with what you put in your mouth, because everything you put in your mouth, whether it's small or large, is a chemical, and this chemical has a reaction. So start putting more healthy things into your mouth. Start seeking out specific vitamins to heal your brain, to heal your organs, to heal your mindset on a whole. Start there. And if I could add to what you were saying, Bethel, about what new things we can start to look forward to, and my innate feeling about a new revolution would be to have a legitimate barter system in play, where people, because there are a lot of different colonies and sovereign colonies that have their own bartering systems and things like that, but I'm talking about on a global scale. Like, if you're saying that we have a choice as to how we want this world to operate as of now, and for me, it would be a legitimate bartering system where people work 3 hours a day. They implement their contribution to society 3 hours a day based on a bartering system, where people can spend the rest of these 20 hours focused on their families or whatever it is that they want to do, whatever arts or creativity, because we are all creators, but we are not able to tap in, most of us, because we have to be on the 9 to 5. So, being able to become what we are innately designed to be, because we are not chasing the dollar, we are not chasing time, we are not chasing the clock. We put in our bartering hours, and then once those bartering hours are done, you are free for the rest of the day.
Love that.
And it's organized in a way that it's functionable.
Love that. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah. I want to give Mina Mkobozi, I think that's what your name is. Please, you can go. They said you've been waiting for a while. I just added you. I thought you would speak. You can go. Hello. Mina Mkobozi.
All right, that's my turn. Oh man, oh, thank you for the opportunity. Greetings, very warm greetings to everybody. Beautiful. Oh man, it's so beautiful in here. It's so lovely. I love it. I feel home. I feel the soul, oneness, unity. Oh man, greetings to everyone on the panel and down in the comment sections. Yeah, I'm so taken by the topic, and I'm in love. I'm flowing with the topic, and everybody who submitted, big ups, and thank you for the awareness and the awakening. Yep, I see. Here there is one thing that we need to focus on, guys. It's not something that it needs to be planned. What's happening here? This is the awakening. It's always been the awakening, and it will continue to be the awakening, because in reality there is no time, there's no date, there's no calendar, and it happens as it happens. It's a movement. So you can't put a date on it, you can't put a price tag on it, you can't, because the price comes from a number which is metrically designed to disturb our minds, to corrupt our minds. So it's important for us to keep ringing the bell in the ears. Remember, in the Bible, there is a say that when you are burying people, you have to guide them and tell them to sleep there and wait for the bell to ring. So the bell is ringing as we speak. So let's keep on ringing the bells, my good people. And let's also remember that the awakening is the key and the tool and the cure to every trauma, every disease, every pain we've been through. And remember, those pains that we are talking about, it's a pain that we don't understand or overstand or understand, that it was not our ancestors' pains. It's the pain that we have felt. Every pain that we have felt since your existence, it's an ancestral pain. Because you are your ancestral journey. There is nothing behind. Everything is where you are. Everything. You can talk about 1960, 1902. There is no such.
Yeah.
All what has happened is here, right now.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Exactly. It's a continuous movement. It's got no break, no stop, no pause. So the awakening is the tool that will conquer everything. And you know what? It's also important to notice that the awakened ones, they don't understand. So trying to make someone under the mind to understand, it's a hell of a job. It's a hell of a job to discuss and debate with those that are still thinking, with those that are still under the mind. Remember, under the mind is where we are trapped with all these codes that they are sending to us using social medias, using movies, TV series, all these dramas in the TV, the porns that we are watching, the deaths that we are experiencing, every pain, everything, every memory.
Yes.
It sits and blocks the mind, because the mind is actually a portal for me, for you, as one soul, to travel up and down, in and out, experience some other experiences outside our minds and our bodies, and come back. But we are not in a leverage to do that, because all these matrix codes, all these numbers, all these spells, these words, these commands that are coming to us, they are directing us, they are driving us towards their own directions that they want us to go to. So
thank you, Mina. Thank you.
You are calling yourself, and that's deliberate. When you say Mina, that's you, that's me. That's unity. That's one soul.
I love you.
I love you too, my dear. You are me. You are me, I am you. And you are not hearing what I'm saying right now. You hear me. You hear. And I'm not talking to multiple people. I'm talking to you. And to prove that you are me, I'm saying you, but everyone is pointing back at himself. That's oneness. That's oneness. That's the same frequency. So this oneness is there. We live it, but we haven't realized that it's there. The only thing that we need is the awakening, the awareness, so that we are all in the same channel, all in the same frequency. Then the system will shut down instantly. But as we move, we are awakening those that are still sleeping, those that are still being dragged by these viruses, because a filthy information, a filthy data, a filthy energy, it's redundant and it's filtering your mind. everything that is natural is not natural to you because now it's been reversed. That's what the virus is doing to our minds, you see. So I thank you all very much for the awakening that I'm seeing in this house. And remember, now I'm talking about this house, but I'm standing where I am. But within you, there is a house. You feel the house that I'm talking about.
We can feel you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You did
One
such
love,
a wonderful
one
thing
peace.
for us. Thank you, thank you. Everybody say thank you. Thank you, Mina.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'm still gonna go back to the question I was asking about what do you guys want to see now? Because if we get wrapped up in asking about, what do we plan? What no, let's build, let's manifest through talking. You see that there's almost 200 people on this. Imagine if everyone is now thinking in the same headspace, having the same ideas coming, talking. What is going to happen when that collective push happens? And if it starts now, there's people internationally. You see, this is why decentralization works so well. Come on, let's talk about what we want to start seeing in the world. I am not my head talked about the bartering system, 3 hours a day of work, and then the rest of the day you just do whatever you like, creativity, spend time with community. What else? This is the nice like things that we want to talk about. This thing of the revolution having to be scary. No, guys, it can be good. Let's finally talk about what we're building. And there, you want to
Hi,
go?
Miss Bafeli. Yeah, like it's just like one thing. I wish we could tap into the frequency of those who came together and decided to build these pyramids that these scientists still can't explain till today.
Thank
I wish we were able to operate in that
Mhm.
frequency.
I want to build the pyramids too. I've been telling my best friend, like, we need to figure out how they built those pyramids. Guys, how did they? Let's talk actually. Let's now get into that frequency. Thank you. Because once we get into that, we can tap into more, go bigger, go wider. How do you guys think they built the pyramids? How do because I thought it was through magnetics, like the electromagnetics in the air, like through levitation and like I don't know. I don't know what that could be about. What do you guys think?
Can I
Thing
try?
is, I didn't
Yeah.
get
Okay,
to
okay.
finish. Oh, sorry,
Can I chime
sorry.
in? Oh,
Okay, let Andia finish. Sorry, guys. Andia didn't finish. I'm so sorry, Andia.
No, it's okay. I'll try to keep it short and sweet so that like we can accommodate everyone. Thing is, this little piece I got it from this book called The Flower of Life. I'm not sure if I remember the title that well. Thing is, Maizoqala, apparently kuthiwa ukuba like these scientists maba measure
Can you speak in
foundation.
English? Sorry,
Oh,
we have.
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
These scientists actually, like, when they were trying to study or measure, like, the foundation of the pyramid, apparently, they think that it took 40 years worth of rain to cover the water, like the water that was used to build the foundation of the pyramid. I'm like, 40 years of rain. 40 years of 40 years of I'm not sorry, I don't know if that makes sense as in mm,
I
Well,
have
no
no
no no
it does make sense because rain is impacted by topography and also like the actual location. So like the idea is that if you're in that region of Africa, your rainfall is probably much lower. So it's not like they wouldn't have had to mix stuff and bring things together. So it does make sense, specifically looking at the region. Like in South Africa, there are places that have rainfall that is below 50 mils. And there are also places like the Drakensberg Mountain that has over 3,000 mils of water. So what the elevation is what causes that disparity in how much rain that the areas get. So like people from Cape Town or the Western Cape would be familiar with how little rainfall there is, just generally in the area. So I think it makes sense for you to say it like that.
Oh wow.
oh, thank you so much for explaining to like others what they can understand. Sorry.
Is there anyone else who wants to add? I saw there were a few different people who wanted to talk about the pyramids, because I want us to engage with the creativity of, like, now that we are all in the spiritual journey, spiritual awakening, and we can feel that our bodies are, activating in different ways, different codes are activating in us. We are going to be able to access the dormant codes that our ancestors had, which means we now have to tap into those frequencies of thinking like they did, thinking and seeing the things that they saw. So, what suggestions do you guys have? What creativity can you have?
Yeah, can I speak, please, quickly?
Sure.
What I with like on the 8th of August, I remember this waking up, and what was in my spirit came with, let's see, we need to start speaking and appreciating nature more, speaking to the trees more, speaking to the birds more, speaking to the ground, umhlaba esihamba kuwo, intaba, the mountains, and all of that, all the and so forth. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. But yeah, connecting more to the nature, because nature, yes, does things. Mother Nature is alive, is in the spirits, within us all the time. Ilanga, looking at the sun, appreciating the sun. We need to connect more with nature. I feel that's one of the biggest systems that we need to grow and make it big and like go back to how we were really like as Black people. We always spoke to nature. We always nature and us always worked together. That's how we were able to grow what we've grown in Africa and so on and so forth. But so yeah, that's my
Okay. So before anyone else answers, you all have homework. If you are in the frequency that we're in, it means as soon as you go outside, you're going to thank all the nature. You're going to say, "Thank you, nature, for showing me the live. Thank you, nature and ancestors, for bringing me here. Thank you, God. Thank you, whoever. Thank you, thank you." We're doing the appreciation today. We want to see what type of reverberation it's gonna have, guys, because it was not a coincidence for this to happen and for us to have these thoughts and ideas come up. So thank you, Umuntu, for bringing that up. We're gonna say thank you. We're gonna be grateful for the live today. And then anybody else who has ideas about the Egyptian pyramids or even any other monuments.
I'll try.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
Hi, Kabo.
So I think about it like this. If you do anything, you don't have to be particularly good at it at the beginning. Like if you do something over and over and over and over again, so you repeat it many times, you get good at that thing without having to put a lot of work into it. Like you don't have to become a doctor or write a thesis. You just have to do it over and over and over and over. Now, what we forget is that like the body that you're in is the repetition of like many lives over and over and over and over and over and over until your life came about. And each of those people in living that life, they understood something that was then given to the next person, like inherited by the next person. Like you can get your nose from your grandmother and you can get your height from your dad or something. Yeah. You inherited that experience. And that experience that you inherited is recorded in your blood, in your DNA, because you inherited that blood, that body from all the other people before you. So for you to be here means you got very good at this life thing. Like the people before you and you got very good at this life thing. And if you want to know anything about this life, then the best people to ask about it are the people that gave you this thing.
I've done it before.
This body. Yeah, have done it before. It's the thing that you do, you want to find out about the stars, you go to someone who spent a lot of time with stars. And that's what happens in you. You have access to people that spent a lifetime becoming very good at stars and understanding what stars are. You have people that spent a lifetime just listening to water and understanding water and engage in water. You have people that have the ability to speak to the birds and understand birds and know what the birds are saying back to them. And that's just because of this repetition over and over and over. These things being built. Now, at some point, we forgot that we have this ancestry that we can rely on, and we relied on another system to get by, to survive. And we did it because we're very good at getting by. We're very good at surviving. We've been doing this for a long time. So that's the system that's going out now. It helped us get to where we are, helped us get to a point where we can somehow find ourselves in a place like this. And here we start understanding that once you're at a point that you can speak to or retrieve or use the skill and the information in your blood reliably for you, so you can remember how to speak to the water so that it gives you safe crossing at a river. You can remember what the birds are saying so they can teach you where to find fruit, where to find food. You can remember
Sorry,
what's
wait.
the
Before
yeah.
before you say anything else, I just want to know, because we've been on this live for quite a bit. Is it
Sorry.
fine with everyone if I ended around 4 or 5? You can answer, just quickly say yes or no, just because it's been a while.
Yeah, I'm happy with 4. Yeah.
Four is fine. There's been a lot.
Yeah,
There's been a lot
okay.
What time
yeah.
difference?
The important
What time
question is
difference are
that
you
what
in?
time are you gonna come back? When are we gonna have this live again? That's the
Oh, no, I am
important
not
question.
my hair. That's in like 38 minutes. Shame, because the time
Okay.
is not the
All right.
same, Badla. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna return to this. I think I have to come back either later tonight or tomorrow. I'll make a post about it, and then please just check when I post later today to say, okay, I'm gonna go live in an hour or I'm gonna go live tomorrow. So I just want to end for now because we have been on this one since like, I don't know, 11 or 12, I don't know. But anyway, Kabo, you can continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So if we can learn to rely on ourselves, so what you guys were saying earlier about this revolution being internal, and by yourself is rely on this inheritance that you've been graced with. That is your blood, that is your DNA, that is all the memories that are archived by all the people that have come before you, and all the things that they did are there for you as gifts that you can use today to make your life as you see fit. I think that's one place that we can go to create that sovereignty, to create that feeling that you can navigate this world without fear. Because a lot of what I was hearing earlier on with the resistance was fear, and it's very natural. It's very normal. You know, capitalism is scary, but that's also a thing that once you understand that you're one part of a thing that's been happening over and over for thousands of years, and as much as you are given a responsibility to engage with the calling that you've been given in this life, that you are just one life. You are just one life. And the idea that we can change Mother Nature, you know, this planet that's been around for millions of years, is quite ridiculous when you discover that your life is maybe 100 years. But
Oh, this
the
guy's
memories and the knowledge that we have from our ancestors can, at this point where you are in the story that is being written about this world, they can give you that edge. They can give you that comfort. They can give you that strength. They can give you the direction that you need while you're still figuring things out, because we're all figuring this out. So that's a place to go. And how you can start is very easy. I heard someone laughing at the Bible earlier on, and the weird thing is Like the truth is everywhere. It's and sometimes it'll be in a book like the Bible, which is so controversial, but
Hey, dude.
you know, you get what you get. There's some words from that book. Be still and know that I am God. And that's where you start. I think, find somewhere that's quiet for you, that gives you time with yourself, that gives you time with your heart, gives you time with nature, like Umuntu was saying. And then your ancestors know how to give you the beginnings of what you need, the strength that you need to go on the journey to understand yourself. And once you start understanding yourself, then you can start demanding whatever you want. Once you start understanding who you are in this long link of people, then you understand that if you want to change anything, if you want to build a pyramid, it's as easy as doing it. If you
Right.
want to create a new world, if you want to bring a revolution, it's as easy as doing it, because that's who you are. That's what you've been gifted through all these people that have given you everything that you needed, and that includes how to relate to Mother Nature, this wonderful power that now and then needs help, and I'm glad that people are coming together to hear that. So just be still. And while you're figuring things out, another one I like is love yourself, or love your neighbor as you love yourself. Yeah. That'll help you sort of like create community without hurting too many people, and also allow you to understand that loving yourself starts by knowing yourself and knowing what you need, and by giving yourself what you need, you'll find it easier to love other people, and figure this out. Give yourself room to figure this out.
Thank you, Kabo. So you basically said we have all the knowledge within us. We just have to remember it. Like,
Yes.
yeah, okay. No, I get you. But it's more like, for me, because when I think about the Egyptian pyramids, like, I think about whether is it a time issue that they faced, that they would likely face, or is it a resonance issue? Like, would it be that they would have had to do the same thing over time, a long time, or they would have to just get the right actual kind of, like, I don't know, like, because people are saying different things. Some people are saying water, some people
Yeah.
are saying electromagnetics, others. So is it a resonance thing or a time thing or both?
I think we're looking at this from the wrong mind, and looking at it from the wrong perspective, because what is technology today is very limiting in its ability to understand and also allow us to communicate these ideas. So we're trying to understand the pyramids from a technology that is maybe 400 years old. That's what I'm trying to say. And the
Wow.
pyramids are way older than the technology that we're using to try to break down what happened with the pyramids. So we're gonna fail. We're gonna have to measure it in ways that make it seem impossible because of our constraints in the technology that we have.
Damn.
So that's why you have to look at it from another mind, that like you said, with time, that was in a time that constraint wasn't a thing, and then you're able to then really look at the pyramids and say, oh, okay, the pyramids required us to harness a certain, like they like to run to a certain frequency, but for me a simple thing is a song. You teach a community to sing a song, and at some point, if the sound comes together, then you can use that sound constructively to manipulate physical nature. That's just something I'm throwing out there. But what I'm saying is that thinking doesn't fit into the models of science that we're given to sort of measure these things.
Thank you, Khabo. Okay, is there anyone else on the panel who has any insights? Or Venus, do you want to go?
I wanted to just say with the pyramids, before Mina Askis, I just wanted to say with the pyramids, something just says everything starts with meditation. Like, I agree so much with what Ukabo said and what I was hearing from like a king who said to me, you need to sit still. Like, honestly, what he's saying. Like, we need to sit still. We need to meditate and we need to tap in because that's the only way to tap into this wisdom that Ukabo was speaking about, into the memory, the DNA memory, into the records, the Akashic records, the past lives, you know, like only when I sat in stillness and meditated and had the assistance of certain frequencies in my meditation to help me, you know, close off the world. I love sound baths and like things that have actual sound in it because the world is so loud. So it's sometimes easier to just find your way of meditating. And I'm telling you, if you want that formula for those pyramids, it's going to come to you in the most unlikely way. Like you'll be sitting one day meditating and all of a sudden a voice in your own voice is going to say, do you know how you did this thing? Let me just tell you one time. And that's how it happens. So it's about us being stubborn about finding time to be still and then dealing with the discipline it takes to actually be still and actually look at our thoughts. You know, that's where our superpowers lie. It's in us. And that's why they keep us busy all the time. That's why they always want to keep us busy and distracted. Because if we were actually just still and focused on our thoughts and how we're feeling inside, we would remember.
Oh, thank you. You are right. Because a lot of my insights also come from me just sitting still and doing nothing. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm gonna do that after this live even. There's so much to meditate on. Mina, you wanted to talk.
Eish, Nkosazane, inzima lento engizoyisho. Yeah, but you know what? Whether wrong or right, good or bad, it has to happen. Good things and bad things have happened. Yeah, it's not easy that I'm going to say. I know it's not what everyone is expecting to hear, but it's the way I have viewed as a viewer, as a traveler. You know what? I've got this vision about the pyramids that they are not us. They are not for us. We've got nothing to do with those. It's what I'm seeing. I'm not saying guys take it or believe it. It's what you will digest yourself at your own space, own time, own moment with yourself.
Sorry, Mina, but I agree with what you're saying because I read somewhere about the Mayans where they were invaded by aliens. And the aliens were the ones that came that gave them this technology to be able to build these pyramids. And that is what was said by Credo Mutwa.
Oh, wait,
yes.
From space.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, it comes together. But yeah, I'm the kind that don't friend with books. I don't research. I don't read. I only read the message that is directed to me. But I don't believe in reading from the book because that knowledge is coming from somebody else's mind. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to bring it onto the table is that these pyramids, when I look, I see those pyramids as a staircase for some beings that are not in a physical form, which are dependent on the energy which is the sun, and they had to lift themselves up so that they will be electrocuted and taken out of this earth on this ground to lift them higher, because when I look back, this earth, where we are right now, where you are walking, when you look at those trees, look them not only with the mind, not only with the eyes, look them with you, with yourself, because you are the reflection of it all, and you are the memory of it all. Everything that you see, it's not where it is, it's in your memories. It's you reflecting onto it and it reflecting back to you. So when I reverse, I see water above my head where I am. And I am the last before last species. I am last before the white people. And those beings are the ones that had gained power from the sun and came to harvest on this earth.
Wow.
Can I also please add to that? Because
Yes.
even Credo Muta said that they came on Earth because they cannot get the minerals that we have anywhere else. There is no other planet that can have gold, uranium, lithium like Earth has. We are the only planet in the universe that has these resources that these aliens can come and harvest.
Yo, guys. Yo. I
Yeah, that's
wouldn't be
beautiful, my
surprised.
dear. Very much beautiful. And yeah, as you go deeper in the darkness, that is where you see these prints, these footprints where you've been. And in the darkness, it's in the womb. We are living in the womb. What we call life, it's an egg out of the womb. This body that you are in the egg. You are in the egg. The crust of the egg, it's tough now, it's stronger for you to grow inside this egg. Once this egg has taken you to the limit of you have been enough, grown enough, then it breaks out. That is when they say you are dead, but you are not. Because the word dead, it's a spell, ubutagati. It's a command. It tells you what you should do when. And it is a program that splits a virus in you. You didn't know about the pain before. You have been programmed to know about the pain. Immediately that word comes into you, and that is directed not in the brain, it's directed into the heart. They know the heart, they know the function of the heart, and they tell us that the heart only pumps blood. It's not correct. There's a lot that a heart can do, and you can have a direct communication with your heart bypassing the mind. And you can have a direct connection with your mind alone. And you can have the communication with your body entirely, using the heart and the mind. Those are the key functions in the body. Then, in the womb, remember, because you just have to remember, this is the awakening. In the womb, that's where you find comfort. You remember that in the womb, you didn't cry. In the womb, you didn't get hungry. In the womb, you felt no pain, you felt no stress, you felt no pressure. In the womb, it's freedom. In the womb, it's love. In the womb, it's joy. And you go to your womb, to the womb every day, but you haven't noticed that because your level of consciousness is still traveling, it's still reversing, it's still decoding, it's still deprogramming the knowledge that you have been infiltrated with, which is the virus, into the natural system. In the womb, when we say we die, we go back into the womb. Every day you die. Every day you sleep, you dream, you die. You die and wake up. When you die, you forget about the physical realm. When you sleep, you forget about the physical realm. When you wake up in the womb, which is another dimension where you came from. When you wake up on this earth, you remember this realm. But for you to forget where you come from, it's not easy. You can't forget the womb. Once you've been there, you know. You can never erase that memory. It's there constantly. When you are sleeping, everything that you call ancestors, you call amadlozi and everything, that information, it's there in the womb. That DNA is there in the womb. That melanin is there in the womb. That is where you are being created. When you get out of the womb, you get out in a blanket. The blanket that ends up being an egg. Every egg, if you open an egg, you break the egg apart, you will see that it's got a layer inside, a soft layer. And this earth as well, it's got that layer. What you see as a firmament, it's that layer. And above the firmament, it's water, it's ice. So these creatures, they went up because they could not live in the water.
Oh, wow.
They escaped the water and they wanted to stay up high above, and everything became high and above for them. And they looked everything else down on them. That is why they have gained that superiority from there on. And all these years, you calling years, it's not a thing. It's not a period. A period is you.
Wow.
You are the memory. You do not have the memory. You are the memory.
I want to just add some stuff that like some stuff to what you said, Mina. And especially when you think about the womb, like I have these periods in my life where I need to have like just a lot of time to myself. But it's not the same as just meditating. I need to physically cover myself in a blanket, have all the rooms, like the lights in the room off. I need no stimulation, no nothing, no sound, no lights, no anything. And it's because I need to feel like I'm in a womb. I need to feel like I'm like just in the darkness, and it's just closed, and there's comfort and there's nothing. So when you speak about it like that, I understand it totally fully. And then I also think when you talk about dreams and because I saw nature also said something along the lines of born out of water, sustained by water, entering the primordial waters through dream. The subconscious and the spiritual realm is essentially like the ocean. The ethers are like water as well. Because I remember when I communicate with my guides, they always tell me when I'm deep in the spiritual realm, I'm deep in the ethers. It's basically like being in the ocean. And it's basically like being at the bottom of the ocean, where it's just dark, where it's creatures that you've never seen before that look like it's impossible for them to exist, that they exist under a lot of pressure. That looks like a womb, but it also looks like space. But you see how so many of these things are connecting at the same time. And I love that Mkulu talks about this, like, and I know that there's so many of us who are spiritually gifted who have been dreaming about water right now. I've been dreaming about it a lot. I don't know about you guys, but the theme of water is coming back because water is the original point. It's the origin point where life came from. Before, land was really land, it was just water. And most of us I'm sure we lived underwater as humans or as other creatures. Whatever science may tell you, I don't believe it. I believe that we all come from the deep, deep, dark ocean. So,
Sorry,
yeah, Mkhulu.
in ancient Kemetic history, like our ancestors knew, they were actually called the waters of Nu. Yes, and that was the first thing that was
Yes,
formed, the waters
Ndlovukazi.
of
I was
Nu.
about to say it's the waters of moon.
Yeah, that was the
I'm
first thing.
glad all of these themes of water are coming back. You see, you guys have been drinking my water this whole time. Yeah, no, I'm glad. But okay, so since now we're establishing that the pyramids might not or are not really from us, then what when we talk about water, then what evokes, what imagery do we get evoked by in terms of what is water going to lead us to do to rebuild, because now we still have the question of rebuilding, but since we're now talking from the space of water, thank you, Mkhulu Mina, for bringing that up. We're speaking from water. For the last 15 minutes or so, let's talk about what the water is telling us to do now to rebuild our society. What imagery, what are we getting from that? Who's going first?
I
Okay,
think
I
the
can go
water's
first.
promising to flood.
Oh
Talking
yeah,
about the
I
age of
understand
Aquarius
that.
and the Aquarian age. I think in terms of what we were saying earlier about burn, 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 everything else, I think it's drown, 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 everything else. I think
Okay.
water, the symbolism, that's we're thinking about change that's about to happen to Earth, and you talked about the Earth cleansing itself. That also symbolizes water, and also the Aquarius being a water sign. Also, there's a kind of like return back into water, also representing feminine energy and the divine feminine coming back, and all these things. Water is very significant, and I think going back to water is actually going back to the origin life. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Lekodimo, you can go.
thank you. Adding to that, I mean, I watch like a lot of documentaries, and white people have known for centuries that there's something in the waters because these cave divers, I mean, you think they're not going anywhere, but there's worlds under waters. You can
Yeah,
go deep inside, and there's a whole entire world that you didn't know inside of the water.
exactly.
So, there's many creations in water. There's even things in water that when you watch these documentaries, you'll know that our ancestors created mathematics and chains to hide these aliens from coming to us, from knowing where we are, because those aliens know that we are intelligent. And those aliens, guys, I'm going to scare you. Those aliens eat human brains. Like,
White people eat us. We know these stories, girl. We're not scared.
okay. But yeah, those aliens, they eat human brains and they are very aware of us. And white people are very aware of them. I even believe that in America, the highest ranks officials are ruled by these aliens because those aliens need gold in order to build their ships. They need gold in order to build machines to block the sun because the sun is harming them. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Ligadimo. Did you hear about the new broadcast about Donald Trump saying that the aliens that are coming to invade America are African American?
Yes. And that they're from Nubia, and this is the first time they've ever admitted that the planet Nibiru, that the planet Nibiru even exists. It's the first time they've said it. And now the aliens are like 7 feet tall and black. I definitely heard that. I have
And
lost
also
my
these guys,
head.
like, people underestimate like black, but they don't understand that our ancestors came into contact with these aliens a long time ago. We were the first ones to come into contact with these aliens.
Yeah, I believe that.
Colonization was because of those aliens. And I feel like people don't understand that part. These aliens,
Can I?
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, continue.
No, it's on a different point, so please do finish.
They came and they gave us language, because we didn't have language before that. We would communicate telepathically with our minds.
Ooh,
We could
yeah.
summon animals in order to eat it because they understood our power. Those aliens came, gave us the gift of language. In them giving us language, we traded ourselves, we traded our power. We lost our power. In losing our power, we became slaves to them. That's how we became, so that we could dig gold, make mines, so that those aliens can take those resources and build their ships and build their pyramids. Yeah.
Thank you, Lechodimo. You help us kind of understand that this is bigger than just white people. This is
Yes.
also like spiritual, but it's celestial,
It
it's
is.
cosmic. Listen, it's bigger than just white people and land and everything. This is a greater battle for us to encounter. And if we make it smaller, then we keep forgetting that, our ancestors dealt with these bigger things and they weren't afraid to just admit it like that. Like the reason why Baba Credo Mutwa was able to be revered and respected so much is because he symbolized what our ancestors used to do without fear, without shame, without hiding, believing in mythic, realities and everything. So thank you for reminding us about the aliens, because me, I don't know, I forget. Anything, Mina, they take me to psych wards when I say these things, but
If you say these things. But thank
Psych ward, by
you.
the way. I also went to the psych ward, so don't worry.
Okay.
Can I
If I can
add
just
something on that, please?
We have 10 minutes left. We said we're gonna go at 4.
Oh, sorry, man. Just a quick one.
Yeah, you can go.
I just
and
wanna
then can I
add
go
on.
afterwards?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I just wanna add by saying, we will realize the moment will come. It has come to some that white people are the victims, in fact, of these aliens.
No, exactly.
And what happened is, what I see is that these aliens, they've tried us before, but they could not manage because we have tough brains. And they went up to the to the white people. They have soft brains and it's easily absorbing, and they used their bodies, they used their reflection, and they have started by breaking into the white people's wombs. And that is why you see a lot of white people being aggressive. That aggressiveness is the resistance to the reality, because they can't be around us because we are real.
Yes.
So now what happens is that as they move on, they're starting to mix the what we call hybrid or breeding. It comes from there. They started infiltrating their DNA into white people's DNA, and that commanded the act or the behavior of the white people towards us. And that DNA came through to us using white people, because they don't want to keep on appearing. That is why even the elites that are holding the wealth, they are not people. Even your president is not a person. He's not a human. That I'm saying it proudly. He was raised, he was made since from his birth. If you can find me his home birth, then maybe we can talk. But you can search and search. I've never searched, but I know that you will never find where he is originated from. He was created for this mission that he's on right now. You can see him with your inner eye, that he's got no remorse, he's got no feelings, he doesn't care, he does not mind. So they used the white people to penetrate into our system, which is our womb. Right now, in our womb, there's this DNA that makes people act according to it, and we think it's demons. Those demons that they pick up in churches and what they call amadlozi, it's that spirit, it's that energy. And now they kept us trapped in the book with no period, with no starting date, no ending date, so that we don't have a progress, we don't move forward, we keep trapped in something that has no end, so that we don't focus back onto us, who we really are, what we really are. And for this separation, it's not the separation of people entirely, it's just the separation of the mindset, the separation of the consciousness, so that you don't put your focus on you, you put your focus on something else that is outside of you. So these creatures, they are in us already, but the unity is the one that will close the gap where they've broken, where they've opened. And that gap is a man. It's a mentality in a man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mkulu.
I
Thank
just
you,
want to
Mkulu.
answer. I am no hair. That I'm not my hair. That yes, the aliens. Even when I was looking at these documentaries, that they have black skin. I'm sorry to say it. They have black skin because they are not from here. They are
No,
Ethiopian.
no. The joke is that the words that he used, which was
Yeah.
African American, like these aliens lived
Oh,
in
so
Africa
they
at one point and migrated to America, and
Mhm.
that's their lineage. That was the joke. It's like they're not African American. African American is something made up by our
Okay.
colonizers.
Okay, I understand.
It's also a political propaganda tool, because they also said that these aliens are hostile. So, I mean, connecting black skin with hostility is, again, a tactic. You get what I mean? So it's like, for me personally, like how I was also just looking at that. But that's not what I wanted to close with. I just wanted to say, with relation to building and water, Bukhali, your last prompt for us,
Yes.
ancient Kemetic spirituality speaks about four worlds of creation. And I don't think it's a mistake that we're having this water conversation, because the first world is the world of water, which is the world of Manu, right? And that is where creation was birthed, in the waters of noon, like the Nicodemus said, right? And it being the age of Aquarius, Aquarius is the principle of Ma'at in ancient Kemetic. And Ma'at is the principle of love, order, justice, and balance after chaos, right? And it is not a mistake that we then find ourselves here. And I just wanted to correct Ketla that had spoken before, the gentleman that spoke before, who said, Aquarius is a water, it's an air,
Yeah.
it's an air element, but as a water bearer,
Yeah.
you understand? That's what the awakened are. We are the water bearers at a time where water is truth, because we are barren. And so it's not a mistake, the connections with water, the connections with rebuilding, because this is a new world. This is a new world because it is a new time, and it is a new timeline. So we are all in the womb, just like Mkulu said. And we're going to be the first babies born and ushering in the babies to come.
Yeah.
So we just need to be here for each other. And yeah, just thank you again for having us all here. This has been so reaffirming.
Yeah. So
But
just
Ali, I
to,
know we only have 3 minutes. I just wanted to say one thing really, really fast
of course.
about what Mina said. Sorry. It's really important too. It goes with the points that I was making before. But to add in what Mina said, they showed us in the Poltergeist, the Exorcist, they showed us that, these things are embodied in white people, and they gave us the storyline already. But I just want to bring that down a little bit more and, make it a little bit more relatable as us as African people. These things are called, we call them aliens, we call them all sorts of different things. But again, it goes back to my original point where these things are parasites. So the parasites that are in your body,
Exactly.
they have a living, breathing system, organism that functions like an actual being that is living within your body. Now imagine thousands, millions of these things that have an actual brain mechanism functioning inside of you. That's why sometimes when you're like, I really should eat clean, but then you find yourself at the drive-through eating a cheeseburger, that is the difference between who's in power in your body and who's not. So these parasites that, I'm talking about is the same thing that
Oh,
Mina was talking
yeah.
about. These
Mm.
things that we call aliens, these little tiny, tiny, tiny micro
Like
things,
viruses as well.
these things are like, just like the cartoons, you see these little tiny people, this little man in this huge establishment behind this huge machine, and it's functioning and it's literally about to take over the world. That is what parasites are doing to our bodies. And there's no way that a being can exist, right? I'm sorry, a spirit can exist without a body. A
Yeah.
spirit cannot do anything without an actual vehicle. So the vehicle, believe it or not, is the parasite. And the parasite is in your body.
Wow.
This is how spirits attach themselves to you and literally, like a puppet string, like a puppet master, are telling you and literally having a party, day parties, night parties, all kinds of raves in your temple, and you have no idea. So there are times when you're even like simple things, like even like being drawn to like pornography or anything that you feel like is impairing your body. It's demonic, and demonic being parasites.
Thank you. I am not my hair. That was a beautiful close. You see, we ended it off at exactly the time that it needed to end. I'm going to download this and put it on YouTube. My YouTube is in my bio. Thank you to everyone on the panel. Thank you to everyone who was here previously
Thank you
but
so much
maybe
for the
didn't.
platform.
Thank you, Vitali.
Thank you guys. I'm gonna post a video and let you guys know when I'm gonna go live again. We should build a community out of this, but you guys have the homework that I said, meditate, ask thank the universe, do the work that you need to do. We are creating momentum through this. Thank you guys so much. I enjoyed this so much. Oh my gosh. You can all leave now. I'm gonna end it as soon as I can see that everyone is gone.
Can we please follow each other, all of us, before we leave?
We'll do
We will
that.
find each other. We will definitely find each other.
Thank you so
Right.
much, Butlali. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you, everyone in the
you.
comments.
Okay, bye guys. I'm just gonna switch it off now.